Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So I had have a guest coming on, and he shared with me a couple things. Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So I had have a guest coming on, and he shared with me a couple things. Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. All right, got that double thing going on. All right, so he shared with me a couple things, and I'm gonna share the screen and bring a couple of them up so we can look at a lot of things. But he might have to explain some of these for us. I'm not quite sure about one of these. Oh, it's not the one I wanted. All right, so let me get out of that. So there's like this number 17. So 1700, there was a Navy show just the other day. There was, I guess there was 5 o'clock time. Here we go. All right. So there's like this pig. I'm not sure what the pig, and there's a goat in there. I'm not sure what we got going on here. It's a KY thing, but a fun part of Americana. All right. So we'll have to get that interpreted, but I can interpret this one on air Q at 1700. So 1700 is 5 o'clock. This was RSBN, where they were basically televising the Navy's 250th anniversary. So as you see there, 5 o'clock. And 5 o'clock in military time is 1700. So that's a Q time. So an air Q at 1700 from the Navy on the anniversary of the famous what storm, Mr. President? I'm a slow study, but maybe something is up. So there we go. Maybe Juan wants to interpret some of that for us. That'll be fun. All right. So another thing that he shared was this video with Trump's hidden war to save the republic, the enigma of April Fool's Day. So I'm going to play a little bit of it while we're waiting for Juan to come in. When he comes in, we'll kind of like move out of it. But this is a really good video, and the beginning of it is quite exceptional. So we'll play this for a few minutes while we're waiting on Juan to come in.
A shadow engulfs our republic, its sacred vote plundered for over 2 decades by traitors wielding rigged elections and a media unleashed to deceive by the Smith-Mundt Modernization Act of 2012, a law that freed government-funded propaganda to shape American minds. As I've chronicled in Mr. President Look to Lincoln and Act, and Antifa's fall, President Donald Trump, guided by loyal military advisors, may have crafted a grand sting in 2020 to unmask this betrayal. A cryptic clue emerged on July 13th, when Trump, surviving an assassin's bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania, brandished an immigration chart with a startling note. Its bottom right corner claimed he left office on April 1st, 2020. Did he signal a secret activation of continuity of government, a Cold War plan to preserve governance amid catastrophe, hinting at a shadow war to reclaim America? Days prior, the Bible Reclaim America.
So here's the famous shot where they were asking about the storm, and he was like, the coming storm, and they're like, what storm? And so, we've looked at this over the years. We thought that it was this, we thought it was that, and who knows really? Is the storm still coming? It seems like we've gone through many storms. Is there going to be an ultimate storm? Who knows? But this was definitely a signal. Now, a lot of the officers, from my understanding, military officers, because this is a room full of military officers, a lot of them are gone. They were relieved of command, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2. So we know there's been a cleaning out of the military. on a massive scale. And that continued when supposedly the commander-in-chief was no longer in office. But of course, we've seen the 45-47, and we've seen President Trump where he was jokingly pointing to pictures of presidents, the wall of presidents, and he pointed to a picture of the President Joe Biden time frame, and there was an auto pen signature there, and there was no Joe Biden there. So we know that there are operations that are afoot. And I believe that we're seeing some of that operation with the shutdown of the U.S. government, which basically gives President Trump a lot more reign to put the military into these Democrat hellhole cities. All right, they can't resist. They can't resist, and as we're seeing, there's judges that are coming in and saying you can't do that, but pretty much it's already a military operation. It's been a military operation for quite some time. We've just been letting a lot of this information be exposed, like we've seen with Facebook, Zuckerberg, spending hundreds of millions of dollars to push illegal voting in several states, where people showed up and had backpacks full of ballots and stuffed them into ballot machines that Zuckerberg had funded. So we're seeing a lot of the stuff being exposed. President Trump invited a lot of these people or people that look like them to the White House for meetings. A lot of this stuff is going to be exposed. The people that were part of the treasonous activities of 2020, and then those governments around the world that was part of that treasonous activity that happened on 2020. So Venezuela will be one of those that will find repercussions from that.
Was triggered in 2020, it could nullify objections from courts corrupted by traitors, keeping Trump's fight within the Constitution's hallowed bounds. As a former professor and prosecutor, I offer a civilian lens to trace this legal path, blending it with military standards to reveal how Trump and allies like House Speaker Mike Johnson, who calls himself a wartime speaker, could restore the republic. Trump's own words claiming vast presidential powers and a wartime mantle underscore a commander-in-chief's resolve against a fractured government. And that's the topic for today. The enigma of April Fool's Day. Trump's hidden war to save the republic. On July 13th, Trump defied. He pointed to an immigration chart declaring he left office on April 1st, 2020. A date belied by his service until January 20th, 2021. In our premise, elections rigged since 2000 via hacked machines and foreign ballots, media hiding treason, this note sparks intrigue. Continuity of government is a classified system, born in the Cold War to ensure governance survives crisis.
So continuity of government and the right of that military establishment to protect and defend America against foreign and domestic. So foreign being Venezuela and other countries that were part of China probably as well, as we're going to see part of the steel. And we're also going to see how many governors, mayors, and health officials around the country were part of treasonous activities to steal the election of 2020. This was something that we could not speak about on this channel several years ago. It would be taken down. But now, through a process of pushing back on the false narratives of some of these social media platforms, and also in the the media, the corrupt media that pushes the deep state narrative, Democrat Party, Rhino Party, whatever, they're all one party, right? And that party is dedicated to destroying America so that some very dark elite can take over. This dark elite that has powers that belies, what we wanted to have. Child trafficking on a massive scale over the last 4 years during the so-called Biden administration, right? A shadow government that basically came in and was exposing itself to the American people and the world as being not constitutional, as being a shadow corporate entity. So we're seeing all of this being exposed. Juan has been part of that. I've been part of that. Many other truthers out there have been part of this. We've had massive pushback, and but still we continue the fight. And on a day like today, we're able to really get this information out and continue to push back on the deep state and destroy it. So let's play just a little bit more.
Like nuclear war or a coup, guided by Presidential Policy Directive 40. It allows the president to relocate leaders to secure bunkers, like Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado, or transfer power to trusted officials if Washington falls. Did military advisors, alerted by 2016 spying on Trump's campaign, exposed in 2025 by declassified intelligence reports, first, to set into motion the bioengineers' depopulation agenda. Second, to create panic, to undermine his presidency and shape the conditions to rig the 2020 election.
Juanito, can you hear me, Juanito?
Nino. I mean, Jaco. Hey, how you doing there, bro?
Doing good. Playing a little bit of that, video you sent. It's pretty impressive. People were enjoying that. We're talking a little bit.
David Clement is a great friend, and
Nice.
he did a great job on that video, and it was sort of an homage to subjects that I've been talking about for a long time, and so kind of a tip to him for that. But he's been in this fight for a long time. Great guy. Has like so many of us that have been doing the fight, has had to kind of wade through a lot of stuff. He was fired from his job as a university professor, and then he was up at Lindell's symposium and spoke, and that was the final straw. And so he talks about that in the video there. And then Trump loves him, so there's stuff going on in the background that he's being very appropriate and not discussing, but the work that he and others around him have done that's just extremely important, high level stuff. So great guy. We're from within the Patriot community, we are blessed to have David Clements here in our group. And by the way, I had somebody in DC yesterday made a derogatory comment. I sent the video over, and this is somebody that many in the audience would recognize the name instantly, and said, "Oh, I don't want anything to do with that grifter." And I was like, "What? What are you talking about?" No, David's not a grifter, and proceeded to say a bunch of stuff that was totally uninformed, and that was pretty painful to me, because it's not just David himself with his job and like that, but he's been traveling the country on the election stuff. I think he's been in 49 of the 50 states doing presentations. He got young sons, and his wife takes care of him when he's gone, which every woman in this audience knows how much of a load it puts on the spouse when the other spouse is traveling and gone like that. And they're both in. They've made huge sacrifices to contribute a lot to what's going on in the community, and so that cut pretty hard. I was pretty decisive with this person, and it really wound me up. Of one of the great heroes of this period of time for America, when everything is kind of written is going to be David Clements, Professor David Clements.
Yeah.
And you can see it even in that video. Let me ask you this, Michael. As long as you've been in this and all the people you talk to, has anyone that you know of ever pointed out publicly the April 1st date within this continuity of government operation?
No one. I was pretty impressed with that video. That was well put together. The man's a genius. Yeah.
Well, and part of it you kind of have to understand, he was not a true believer, if you will, in the whole idea of a military operation taking place here in plain sight. And so he went out and he did his own research and came to these conclusions. And so with that in mind, you're seeing some original work on his part. There have been others, and I'm aware of it, that have pointed out the anomalies of April 1st forward and Trump actually stepping away from his role as the president and into his role as the commander in chief within a continuity of government. And of course, I've pointed out to audiences for a very long time that Trump never gave up the nuclear codes, never conceded the election, etc. But I think the way that Professor Clements has presented this is beautifully done and unique. And then he also doesn't have, from his style, he doesn't have the bombast, the flamboyancy. It's a fairly considered professorial approach. And so that's what I like within our overall community is so many different personalities. You know, the Nino, you yourself with your military background. And let me just, I want to mention this. You know, you and I haven't spoken since the Charlie Kirk assassination. I think your role in presenting well articulated concerns and even decisively stating that it cannot possibly be what has been presented was very important in helping a lot of people to slow down and think about what's being foisted upon us. Now, probably the only place that I would disagree with you potentially on, if I know where you are on this, was that Charlie survived this, and I don't believe that's the case. But the theater in the way this was done, and the falsehoods that have been foisted on the world through this event, is becoming impossible to stand by any of the original narrative. And something horrendous has occurred, and it's the use of the media, the event, the flamboyancy of the event to try to capture and redirect the patriot movement energies, etc., by some of the monsters, and to capture what we have as far as this, movement. And you've been doing, heavy lifting. I hear about it from all different quarters, and I just wanted to, hat tip to you. You're one of my heroes, because there's lots of people that have some knowledge. There's very few that have it at so many different levels of expertise, personal experience, and then the willingness to weigh in, make some hard statements that you can stand by, and then stand by them. So big hat tip to you, bro. I just wanted to get that in right off the bat. So I appreciate
Wow,
you tremendously for that.
that's beautiful. Thank you, Juan. Yeah, so we'll see how that works out. I'm not really I don't have all the answers, but I can just use my professional insights and point some stuff out, and then people can make their own decisions. That's what we're all about, I think.
Well, but isn't, they're so, I had to get a little sip of something to keep my throat wet. There's so much that isn't making sense in this whole thing outside of the people that did it. Exactly what's going on here. So we're looking through a glass darkly, but we've certainly got plenty of people that have become truly experts, stepped forward in so many ways with so much detail from their own expertise to show why it couldn't possibly have happened the way that it's been said, and to power through that. I am just amazed within this community, the broader community, how many different expert disciplines have come into play in this one thing to try to wade through what we were told happened and the theater of what actually occurred there, and trying to get to the truth. I believe that Charlie, and there's valid reason to question. I'm pretty personally convinced that he actually died in this, but there's just so many weird things. No autopsy, seriously.
Yeah.
Destroy the crime scene, seriously. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that we can do. We can just help people do the critical thinking, just ask those questions. But I love the direction that we took it. We being the Patriots, we definitely made that a beautiful statement. I think it keeps moving forward. It's, if anything, if they tried to come in and destroy the Patriot movement and cause a rift and cause infighting and cause some kind of civil war type thing, I think it completely failed there.
Well, let me ask you this: what's your current thinking? Do you still think that he's alive somewhere? Is that where you've gone in your view of this with everything you've seen?
Yeah, I think that he's probably part of, and I don't know this, no one's told me this. I just, just deductive reasoning. But what I think is he was removed from the scene, and I've seen some people that are there, former Navy SEALs and so forth, that were part of that. So I think there was maybe some kind of other agenda that's going on there to remove him from the scene and put him in a protective situation, and another military group that's out there. Are those your vehicles?
Oh yeah, I've been sitting so much over the last couple of days, needed to get up and move around for a minute.
Beautiful.
So yeah, that's almost perfectly restored 59 Skyliner I've had for a while, and it's an excellent car. I mean, I haven't, I'm so busy. I've parked a lot of stuff and haven't even touched it for years. That's an ultra rare supercharged 56 Sunliner. My very first car I personally purchased at 13 years old was a 56 Sunliner. And but this one is like the Eleanor of Eleanors. It's with the right data stuff on the data plate. It was delivered as a supercharged 56 convertible. So it's one of those ones where when you do it, you have to do everything exactly perfect. And I've had two restored over the years, and so it's a project. Someday I want to get to it, but you can't do it half-ass, or
Yeah.
It was a black and white convertible. Some of the other stuff. Some people might remember these little AMC 4-wheel drives when they came out. These are these are cool little cars, and that's an ultra low miles one. It's only got, I think, 36,000 miles on it.
That's
And
nice.
yeah, K car with the turbo 2.2 had open to charge the battery a little bit ago, but that's a fun car. The Avanti. This is really a pretty cool hot rod here. That's but I drove that one for the first time in many years, just to go get some gas in it, get some fresh gas in it, and didn't have time to wash it up. But
That's impressive. I've never even seen that style before.
I got the cars. So.
Yeah, got some nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, I got.
What is that? What is that first car you were
stuff.
focused on?
Well, that's actually it's kind of a car. It's actually based on the 20s, but it's if you look at the doors there, they built these cars around that, and they did it with LTD up in Santa Barbara. These types of bodies on the LTDs up there, and I was living in Montecito at the time, and I remember going to a friend's house who had actually manufactured cars at one point, custom cars, First American sports car. And so I was at his house, we were talking about it, and I told him what the price was on it, and I forget the name of the boxer. Fought Frazier and Ali, and I can't think of his name right off the top of my head. Anyway, he was coming over dinner and he had his brand new Clanet. And I told my friend, well, they sell for, I think at the time I said $29,000. And he said, there's no way you can build a car. I know what it costs. There's no way. I says, no, they're selling the parts off these LTDs from Ford. They got to deal with it. He came over and he had this beautiful tan Clanet two-seater. They made a four-seater later, but a two-seater that looked a lot like this, and it was a fun car. And I've had Chad went to after he sold it, and that Clanet at some point in my life. But I just enjoy the Clanet was a convertible, and this is a hardtop. It's very fun car to drive. But anyway, farm trucks, you gotta have trucks for farm, right? So it depends on what you're doing. If you're moving livestock or something, you really don't want to do it without a dually and then the other one like that. So, but yeah, fun stuff. I have a two WS6s, which are the hot rods with the Corvette motor. This is just a grocery getter convertible. These are rare. This is a wagon, AMC wagon. It's only got, I think, 80,000 miles on it. All original. We got the original wheels in the back. I actually had those wheels for the Shelby, but that's kind of a rare Shelby too. I've got a '66 red Shelby with white stripes, and then I've got this one because it's kind of fun. It actually looks horrible, but it's only got 60,000 miles on it too. It's perfect shape, original. Every option that you could have on it. So kind of fun. And I got 4 more garages kind of with various stuff, but I'm just trying to. I don't get to be here that often because we're just so much in the fight. So it's kind of grinding because they just melt in the ground if you don't do a little bit with them. And I have to throw, anti-mouse stuff. If you look around underneath every car, my main reason for even coming by today, other than, I wanted to charge up one of the batteries, is the mouse stuff so that they're not getting into the wiring and all that.
Wow.
I have a friend, one of the Hollywood actors, and the mice got into his car, his Range Rover. He had it parked at somebody's house for like 3 or 4 months.
Mhm.
And he got back to his car, and they had completely eaten the wiring out. And so his like 8 or 9 year old Range Rover 4-wheel drive was completely totaled from mice eating all the wiring.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah. So,
Do you ever read those books by Clive Cussler, Dirk Pitt books?
oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you totally remind me of that with all these cars. That's great.
Well, I was over a few weeks ago and checked on my Shelby and a couple of the Bentleys.
Oh, wow.
Uh, I thought of that there too. There's stuff that I haven't even started in
Mm.
forever, but I pickled the engine. So when you do that, you don't want to just go start them. You pickled them for a reason. Pull all the plugs out and put some stuff in there to keep them wet. But there's so many things that you know carburetors, the seals dry out. I had to put air in the tires on this one here because it's they're older tires and like that. You might have a bad valve stem or something like that. So we're down, in a year and a half, they were down maybe 10 pounds. So that's coming down for whatever reason. And so there's just lots of stuff that in the fight, like we're in the fight, and I know you have kind of a similar thing probably. When you're so deep into it, this stuff just has to go to the wayside. You just cannot even, you just have to put it out of your mind. I'll get back to it whenever. I was thinking about, for example, on the Skyliner, that's a retractable top. The whole top comes down and goes in the trunk.
Wow.
And they don't like to sit. So there's actually, behind the rear seat back, there's 20 electrical relays. And if anywhere in this thing it runs into a little bit of resistance, it'll flip the switch. Well, you gotta kind of use it once in a while. So when you push the button, the trunk lid comes up. Then the top comes to a certain point, and a position or portion of the top in the front folds over, and then the whole thing comes down and goes in the trunk. And there's a tub in there that's, if you want to put something in the trunk, it has to be inside that tub. And the whole thing comes in, then the top has to come down. 20 electrical relays. And
Good.
if any of them flips, you gotta pull the receipt back off and, clean it and put it back and then figure out before you try to restart it, why did it flip? Is there something that doesn't have lubrication or whatever? In other words, they don't like to sit. If you use it every day, if you use it, once a week, even once a month, it's fine. But when you just leave them sit for years, it doesn't work. And of course, when the fight started hard back in 20, really 15 for me, a lot of the stuff gradually became less and less where I could do anything with it. So, they've sat for a very long time, but I don't feel the luxury to go back and deal with it. But I know that there's all sorts of patriots, like Professor Clement. He's got 2 young sons. His wife is taking care of him while he's on the road, and he's not making any big money. There's people who donate a little bit so that he can cover expenses, come out and present on the election stuff and on the working strategies for J6ers and like that. That all cuts into your time. Even when you think of, well, he's home. Yeah, but then he's taking, even to put together the little presentation that you just showed your audience, the prep, the research, the setup, the scripting. And he's now doing I think a weekly show there too with other similar stuff. So I hope people will go look at that. But at the end of the day, think of all of the people that are out there putting stuff aside like this. I think, I'm just glad to be able to even have it to put aside. But at the end of the day, that's why I sold my boat here last year. I just wasn't going to get back to it. And I love my boat. But we're at a point in the fight where it's all in. And look at what's just happened. You know, Comey got arrested, but there's more coming. This week, judges and prosecutors that are on the payroll to Soros are coming up and going to be getting some attack. Brennan is coming, you know, over at CIA. And of course, you have some history there too.
Yep.
That's coming. In fact, I spent the other
Yeah,
day
I
in
was
Washington.
there in the Brennan, and I know I knew that he was a bad man. It was very obvious.
Yeah, and all the people around them, all the stuff that they're
Yeah,
doing, you know, around them, these are a pretty evil crew.
totally.
So
I like
I've
all
been
these
sitting
cars. You
for
know, you're a car aficionado, obviously, and you know, some people notice, you know, some of these cars in the chat. But you know, we've had other people that like Jay Leno, like he has a lot of cars, but he had a black eye to keep some of those cars. I don't think you're going to have that problem.
well, I can tell you this, and every guy here knows this, maybe a few gals, but if you're not using them and you can't take care of them, the spouses are always very ready to tell you that you should thin them out and get rid of them, but they're all personal. It's like it's like your pets, and there's history. Um, I just got off the phone with one of the mechanics that does stuff for me, and um, I have a couple of cars out in the East Coast. I got, you know, several cars out in the East Coast that I'm getting ready to move out to the West and to Vegas. And it's, you know, I've had them sitting out there literally for several years in storage. And, but I can't use them out there. I was going to maybe drive a couple of them back that I wanted to. I was looking forward to it, but I'm not going to get a chance. So they're just kind of, you just know when you're not using them that there's 1,000 little things that dry out, need attention, something. If you're using it all the time, at least you can keep it up. And, you know, I've for a long time, I did keep track of all my stuff, but the fight is so now.
Yep.
And I know all through this audience, every everybody feels that they know this is coming to a head. And so this is that one moment where you can't drop your guard. You can't roll it in. This is the one moment you got to be for. Even doing what President Trump did with the generals the other day reaffirms that. We're at this moment where it's all flipping and reversing. And by the way, did you notice, maybe some of your audience knows this or don't, President Trump at 5 o'clock in his presentation on the over in Virginia with the Navy, at 5 o'clock sharp, right on the button, he does a big Q in the air, right, with his hand. Well, excuse me, 5 o'clock is what military time?
1700. Yeah.
Yeah, and so Q is 17. Esther is the 17th book of the Bible. This is all about the boomerang. This is all coming around. We've seen the apex. You know, when the boomerang goes out and it goes up, it turns, and then it gains momentum coming back a little bit. And this is that, I think, the apex. But the other thing you should take from that is it's not the end. Just because things are turning, there's a lot of moving parts in doing what we have to do here in the next bit, taking out some of the crooked judges, you know, which Professor Clements talks about in his presentation there that you listened to, and taking out some of the crooked prosecutors is a big deal. And then let me add this too, and I think it's an important thing that has to be added. My focus moving forward, and it is the next several years now, I've talked about the importance of these arrests that are coming, and that
Yep.
these people that were involved in this treasonous, traitorous moment uh, have to see justice. And so as we see this coming to pass, Brennan and others, Hillary, all the others, some of them deciding to, not go through the trial phase that's coming, not wanting to experience Gitmo, self-exterminating. But as we move through that phase, the one thing that I'm going to be emphasizing with your audience and others, and it is, I have had it written, but standing by because I initially wanted to, but I decided I didn't want to take the attention off of this current moment and the lead up to this phase of the arrests. But I do consider this just the turn at the apex to the more important issue, which is this. This was all orchestrated and conducted from outside the United States. This was our enemies. We had treasonous traitors within our government operations in positions of power and authority who did horrible things against America, trying to capture, divert, steal the helm of the ship of state. But at the end of the day, it was being orchestrated from outside the country, and it wasn't done by George Soros. Okay, Soros, as I've told your audience and others repeatedly, is just a figurehead for British intelligence, and all the money that he got was stolen from the people within the common market countries when they took down various currencies. It was an attack to have a black bag with money to do what Soros is doing within this globalist agenda. The fight is a lot bigger and broader than most people have understood. And as we get into the discovery phase, preparing for trials, and the disclosures that will come from Gitmo, I think what this audience and what I'll ask other audiences to do is listen between the lines for an understanding of how a group of royalists, primarily out of the city of London and including the British, as well as other countries, Dutch prominently, and others within these royal families, have colluded in various ways, including the Green Movement, to try to steal the future of the world and do a coup against not just America, but against the whole world.
Yep.
With these elections and with the election systems and like that. And even what is at first look, China, to understand that there is a royalist component, these people seeking their empire and to continue with their empire, their imperialist idea and ideals out into the next centuries. They want to destroy humanity as we now know it, and they believe that they can own the future by killing the rest of the planet off, seeing us destroyed. And so we have we will see the American component of that, where they have infiltrated, become part of our government, been supported, funded, to bring America back under the heel of these royals and the organizations that they operate and fund in plain sight that seem so benign or American. It's not just one. It's multiple organizations that seem disconnected at one level, but at another level are totally connected. It's not 33 degrees, it's 360 degrees of various groups and people working together. Most of the time, even those individuals not understanding how completely interconnected their actions are at the highest levels. And so there's a certain need, and it's what I'm going to put a lot of my energy into, to helping to connect all of those dots so that people see that even these minions who seemed so powerful here in America at various times and got their, way, there's other chessboards that are out of sight where these manipulators are moving and working from to try to control the course of the world for their advantage and to destroy the world with their wars and famines and stuff like that, for their desired outcome, which is a depopulated planet where only their chosen ones get to be part of the future. And I want people to understand that, think about, we'll try to pull the pieces together as much as possible to make it clearer and clearer. And I think as these prosecutions go through, that's what I hope within this audience and others similar, that it begins to gel and make sense. So we see beyond the visible people, just like you would see beyond Soros himself, and understand he's just a figurehead for something much larger, a conflict that's much greater. And then understanding that, we're only at some level at a midpoint as we begin to go and pluck up some of these useful idiots that are even in powerful positions who themselves are just pawns in a much larger game to own and control the world. Is that click for you? I mean, am I saying it the way?
Because a lot of people are like, they're going to see Hillary and Comey and Brennan, go bye-bye. And they're like, okay, we're all done. No, we have a lot more to go. It's levels like you're talking about. Soros is nothing.
Well, and I think by at least having this in part of the conversation, my concern up to this moment has been not to get ahead of our skis. I remember Steve Largent, the receiver up at the Seahawks years ago after a playoff game or something. He did some amazing play, and the announcer at the time asked him, he said, after the game, he says, I mean, when everybody's looking at you and everybody knows you're the one that's going to get the ball, and you're running out, the play, and it was like the whole game ran on this one play, and he had this history, and he's the guy. And so the announcer says, or this interviewer says, don't you think about, what are you thinking about at a moment like that? Aren't you worried you might drop the ball and the whole game? Everybody blames the whole thing on you because you didn't catch the ball and you could have won the game. And this time it worked, but how many times doesn't it work, and blah, blah, blah. And he made a very important statement that goes to a level of professionalism, focus, mental acuity, to push out all other thoughts that could be destructive, divisive, damaging. And he gave this answer that has stuck with me all the way through. For a very long time, I've thought about this over and over, lots of key moments. He said, when I'm at this point in the game, I don't think about all the times I've dropped the ball. I don't think about failure. I don't think about, because this is what the announcer's saying, aren't you afraid you're going to fail? And, he doesn't think about that. He thinks about the times he's succeeded, the reason he's even there in the first place, and that he has the skill, the ability. That's why he's the guy on the field at that critical moment. He thinks about all the times he succeeded. We're at this crucial moment, and I've had people, even in the last few days there in DC, but this hasn't happened. This isn't going to happen. We don't know if that's going to happen. Very defeatist at a moment when we're about to see some of the greatest victories ever in the history of the planet that prove that we can win and take back control from monsters of the way our country works and help go out into the world and change the way the world works. Save millions of lives from these monsters trying to, drive us off the road into oblivion, into hell. And that's painful for me within this audience. And you know this even from your own experience. You fight like you train. And
Right.
so you train to win. You don't train to lose. And if you have backups, that's so you will win, even as things go funny or crazy or directions you didn't necessarily plan on. Well, you planned for those changes. Sun Tse, in his book Art of War, one of the passages that's one of the most important, he says that people that continue to consult and to continue to reevaluate options and possibilities, that they win. And those who tend not to reconsider, reevaluate, contemplate, and review tend to lose.
Yeah.
So yes, we're at this rarefied moment where we have to go through, okay, what if, okay, what's going on, okay, but not with the mindset, what if I drop the ball? How am I going to, explain this to my girlfriend, my mom, the viewers and all that? But in a very positive way. No, if this thing happens, the guy cuts in front of me that way, I'm going to do this and I'm going to cut that way. I'm going to play to win. I'm going to make the move. I'm going to get the ball to the ground and buy that extra minute. But I'm going to get across the, 10-yard line before I do it. I'm going to somehow accomplish the goal. You've got an attitude, a spirit of success, not failure. We're at the brink of something absolutely stunningly amazing.
Yeah.
And the game goes on, because once we get through this next series of plays, then we're on the way towards going after the real monsters, the global monsters. And that's the playoffs, not this next play. This is just getting through the regular season. Playoffs are coming, and that's when we go after the globalists. And that's why things like what's going on in Israel, Ukraine, Africa, Central and South America, Venezuela, and all of the Pacific is just so critical right now. And then the amazing thing is Trump, people think he has, plenty of time in the day to do whatever. Think of the sacrifices. He's got grandchildren. He would love to spend the whole day, the whole week, playing around with the grandkids and doing his golfing. And he's putting all sorts of things aside, as so many of this audience are, to get to this next place in the game. This is no time to wimp out or be distracted. So it's all happening. It's coming to pass, just like we thought it would so long ago.
Yeah, but so many people wanted to know, and they still do, because there's people like, what's next? What? It's like my kids, well, what, daddy, over and over again. And like you just described, when I've been in combat and I've been in dangerous situations, I don't have a preconceived idea of what's going to happen. So a lot of people want this preconceived, perfect response to everything. It doesn't happen. And you've been perfect with this. You give the best, future event possible that we are focused on. We can focus on, but you have to go in with an open mind, with critical thinking, and with team effort type mentality. My best things every time when I was in a combat situation and things went absolutely perfect, I went in completely empty mind, and I just let things, happen as they did. I trusted my team. I trusted the people I was working with. Everyone did incredible. We would look back on it and it's like, that was impossible what we did, but that impossibility is possible by that type of mentality. And you just described it perfectly. Thank you.
Well, let me just add this. There's people that they want. We want to do a show like this and give you every last detail. Cash that, and blah blah blah. There's plenty of people doing that. I can do a blow by blow, but it might not be as useful as trying to game out some of the options of what's going on here, what's the broader meaning, and trying to look at moving forward and prepare people for those next possibilities. I think that might be the proper place or role, at least for me for the moment, to try and tie these current events that are things that we already knew were coming, talked about, and now they're coming to pass with the coming arrests. Well, they haven't arrested Hillary yet. It hasn't happened. Oh, chill. Hold on. It's coming. It's very close. Okay. Now I'm trying to be further ahead than most of the other people out there. And what does that mean? Is the fight over? And if you think the fight is over, then you're missing the best part of the fight, which is the playoffs. Come on, take a deep breath. It's not season 2, it's playoffs. So anyway, because the other reason I want to get this, I want to get the show on the road. I want to get to the playoffs because I got a lot of stuff. I got a brand new engine for my Saline that's been sitting in the crates. All of the drivetrain pulled out, waiting for 4 years. It's painful. I want to get my Shelby out, clean it up, park both of them side by side. Look at all the dust on my cars.
Yeah.
I mean, because they're just sitting here. I got a lot of personal stuff I'd love to do, and prove to my wife that it's very important that I have my cars so I can, stay busy doing something else when things are on the right track. I'm highly motivated. Okay.
Yeah.
But it just isn't the moment yet. It just isn't. And so you take a deep breath and stay focused to get through this next moment. And that's the thing about even what Steve Largent said. You can't have your mind on I'm going over into the end zone. How many times have you seen players in professional football or any other sport probably, and they're already getting ready to do the dance going into the end zone and thinking about, am I going to dance this way? Am I going to throw the ball that way? What am I going to do? And they haven't even caught the ball yet. You can't even think about running down the field so much as just catch the ball and then worry about those next moves. And so not getting ahead to the other stuff globally too much for the time being, maybe acknowledging that that's an issue coming forward, and that's where I want to put a lot of my attention going forward. We still have to get through these next moments. And by the way, on the election stuff for 2026, don't expect, there's all sorts of issues over at Justice Department, and they're not the fault of the good guys, a very captured operation. Some good guys have come in. They're trying to get things going the right way. There's a lot of people that left. There's a legacy. Doge cut out a bunch of money that was going in there. I've talked with Rob many times, the solution and the things that have to happen both to get a proper prosecution and all three courts, which means court, and then the solutions. Getting ready for 2026, we cannot have a stolen election, the election that is tainted through various types of fraud for the federal election 26. So solutions will not be just executions. You see some people circulation over the next months within corrupt prosecutors and judges. The solutions will only partially occur, and they won't be completed in time for 2026. So watch for, prepare for the unexpected, be ready for the unexpected. And that's another thing about training. You train for everything you know, and then you also train for the unexpected. So within your conversations to your fellow citizens, friends, family, everything else, if you're over fixated on solutions coming from the place that they should logically come from, which is Justice Department, you might be frustrated or disappointed ultimately while you don't see it coming from that direction in the time period you expect to see it. I think you're going to have to take a deep breath and be prepared for solutions coming from directions that nobody saw or anticipated fully, and let them play out. The people around the president and the president himself got him here in the first place are very clear on what must and needs to be done to protect the future here and what's coming. And we should all be very grateful that we have such a great group of patriots that are in position to do what needs to be done at the right time, right place, right way, to keep us intact as a country, as a people.
Yeah, very good. So you've talked about this month, October, as potentially being pretty involved, maybe into next month as well. What are your current? Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that classically it's been referred to as Red October. Of course, we have the anniversary coming up of the October 7th stuff in Israel, and lots of anticipation that there may be some type of reprisals, attacks to emphasize that date. So I know that at other times there were attempts to try and do that. We thwarted them and anticipated, and the bad guys, the black hats, didn't get to pull off what they intended. But every situation is unique and different. So, again, deep breaths. Let's not drop our guard. And then each time we thwart some of these monsters, the more frustrated they get when they come back. Remember, Benghazi happened on the 11th anniversary, not the 10th anniversary. Most people were looking for that. And by the way, on the flip side, Bush 1, his New World Order speech happened 11 years before 9/11. So they had a 11-year calendar that they were working from, not a 10-year, which most people think of. You could easily see some kind of a variation in the attacks and things like that suits their purposes. They love to live by the numbers and celestial alignments and all sorts of other, gizmos. But let's not be afraid to think outside the box. We have very sophisticated enemies that we're engaging with.
Yeah, totally. I was just talking with a person that's very high up in LA, and they were talking about 30-year, programs that they have going on. So, and they just pointed out all these different things, how every 30 years, they hammer down a little bit more, they grab a little bit more, they steal a little bit more, they're a little bit more corrupt. So, and that happens in a 30-year period. It's wow, crazy.
Well, I'll tell you something interesting. You just raised something that I should mention. And I don't want to give away the farm on it,
Mm-hmm.
but in the bonds, see, one of the most insidious ways that the American people have been being trapped, our system hijacked, money diverted in order to do all sorts of political mischief, is in the bonds. Fire district bonds, school district bonds, road projects, high-speed train in California, the monorail up in Seattle. These bonds and then grants of money being diverted from the bond issues illegally. That's about to get a whole bunch of attention. And probably realistically, a month out before it really gets where it's going to. But billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars in taxpayer money being hijacked, scooped off of this bond money that everybody that has property has to pay, being exposed for the frauds that are going on in there. Oh my gosh, you aren't going to believe what's coming. And it's going to affect the political machine in ways almost nobody can anticipate right now. I mean, I just went through it again over the last few days with the legal stuff that's coming. And, money is the mother's milk of politics. So while you're looking at donations and Soros and all sorts of other things, what pales all of those donations is the bond money, because the bond money is what's running these law firms and the unions of, whoever does the projects gets the projects based on, government decisions and allocations and all that, project managers, program managers and all that. Consider the guy out in Iowa, who was the school superintendent. Everybody's heard about this. And he wasn't even a U.S. citizen. Now think about that times 100, times 1,000. You're about to get your mind blown by what's been going on and why people like that. His wasn't as innocent as at first it would appear. The reason that was exposed is because that was peripheral to another project looking at these things in other locations. And it was decided to provide that information to target that particular individual without blowing other similar projects going on in other places in the country. You're about to see more of just that. Many of them orders of magnitude worse. And remember this, while you're all excited about he is an illegal, got to this high position with false credentials, etc. In his position, he had certain legal and signing authority for asking for and directing where school bond money goes in the largest school district in Iowa.
Wow.
or Ohio. So within that context, now think of many others. If you're a taxpayer, you have property, and you have to pay a bunch of money out, who's, regulating, funding, controlling that? The law firms, all sorts of little things that you don't fully realize. Within the country of major cities, the working number right now is that 15% of all the bond money is being routed illegally. Think of billions of dollars. There's projects going on around the country, and somebody has access to 15% of that to support their legal, political ambitions. How are you going to compete with that? Okay, so that's what's coming. It's going to be epic. It's going to be it's going to be a lot of fun. So anyway, just a little tidbit for folks.
Yeah, good point about the all those taxes, that we've talked about over the years that are probably going to go away. Homeowner tax, probably going to go away.
Mm-hmm.
Property taxes. So,
well,
it's a scam.
If you can make that go away, think of how different your life is. It's like leeches, parasites, externally and internally on, us as a people. Wouldn't you like to have that to spend on your kids and the other guys not have it to spend on their latest bullshit? You look at what the property taxes are. You don't own your property. You're on a long-term lease. Somebody else owns it when they have the ability to tax it away from you, and they're doing it. It's huge taxes. It's just one of many. But don't pay your property taxes. See what happens. They're faster than the IRS are to come take your property. Okay? So...
Absolutely. So I think silver, as we're seeing, is going to continue to go up. I've gotten a lot of those coins. You can't see it. I have a lot of coins. Now I'm not really a collector anymore. The last big run in silver, my collectibles didn't really do well. So I'm pretty much a guy that does 1,000 coins or bars now. But I like these coins. These coins are going to be very amazing going forward. You have a very good price on the Jennifer Mack website. And every time you put up a new coin, the Gitmo's a recent one, I just grab them. Yep. So they're
the Gitmo's,
very the U.S. Mint. And you actually have a discount. You're discounting below the U.S. Mint price, and these are far more collectible, I think, than the United States Mint coins.
Well, they're what's called a proof coin, and so you can get uncirculated or just the regular stuff, and you're getting it for significantly less. But proof coins are different, and so ours are done at that level of quality. And then we haven't printed some amazing, unbelievable amount. They're relatively thin on the production numbers. And so they'll have a certain rarity. In fact, several of the coins, I didn't even keep enough for ourselves. We had to fulfill the orders. And so I actually had to go buy some coins back from one of the people who had bought quite a few to cover a couple of orders on some of them. But, and I've been, just like you said, you didn't do as well in some of the collector stuff. I think I've told your audience and other audiences, I've always tried to say, look, if you're looking for the best buy from an investment standpoint on silver, just what I call bag or junk silver, which is silver coins, 364, any of them, dimes, quarters, dollars, whatever, just sold by weight.
Yep.
It is tender for a side, I think is the best buy, and the only other thing, even beyond what we have, although I think there's a collector side that they will be ultimately worth quite a bit more because they're kind of fun within the stuff that Jen and I have done there. But in a pure play, gold versus silver, and even gold bars versus silver bars are similar. It's the coins. They're a known weight. They're a known purity. That's the whole point of the U.S. Mint. And then it's certified by the government to be that weight and purity. So if you're buying the coins, not for collector value, just
Right.
for the pure silver, you're getting the best buy moving forward. And especially with the U.S. silver coins, I think that is the right route forward. If you're out there and you're buying it, and you'll pay a premium over spot price, it's worth every penny of it. Because one thing about silver coin, for example, it you don't have to. What are you buying, a house? If you're dealing with gold, you're buying a car or whatever. No, you probably, if you're transacting it, buying something less expensive, and food, gas, whatever, if you actually had to use it. This round, it's not so much about how you're going to use it, because we're going to come through this looking pretty good. There's going to be some drama ahead here and there, but it's not end of the world. This isn't Armageddon we're headed into. What you're trying to do is preserve your purchasing power against fiat of all types. So what it's, doesn't have any intrinsic value. It's just a stated value, the paper, whatever, and by the way, people, if paper fiat, printed dollars in any country's thing, if that's sketchy because it's not worth the paper it's printed on, what do you think digital fiat is? I get it. I understand all the Bitcoin, the digital currency that the Biden people were trying to push, all of the cryptos. But the reality is it's a perceived value. It's an agreed upon value, but it's not intrinsic. It's not like gold and silver tied to something essentially within that context immutable. And the way you have to look at gold and silver is probably the opposite of what you're trained. Silver, you mentioned just a minute ago, has gone way up in value. No, it hasn't. If you look at it correctly, the silver hasn't gone up in value. The paper required to buy the silver
Right.
has gone down in value. Same with gold. And that's what the fiat is. It's a con game. So we need to be preserving our wealth. Is it a permanent position? No. I've told this to your audience before, but it bears repeating. Everybody has to kind of think about it a little bit. On the far side of everything that we're going through right now, you're going to want, if you've bought gold or silver, you're going to want to reinvest it into things that do things, that make things. That's why, for example, in the crash after 29, the one sector of the stock market that continued to do well, that actually made good profits, were the mining stocks, specifically gold mining stocks. This time around, there may be other mining stocks that have other focuses, whether it's rare earth or stuff that I'm into with certain metals used for aerospace applications that are very rare and unique. But stuff where it has some actual utilization value. If you just have your gold and silver buried under the bed or the couch or wherever, it neither spins nor toils. But this wild moment that we're coming into, it's hard to pick the right direction perfectly. And so there's moments where you know the music is about to stop and you don't know which companies are really looking like they're going to survive on the far side. There's not enough data, it's not clear, etc. So you find a seat until the music starts up again. We're in that kind of a moment where there may be people that know the perfect best next play in some area and they're going to go take a wild shot at it. For a lot of your audience, they're not comfortable, they're not that sophisticated, it's not the right moment. So they take a pause, they get something that has real value, let the war between the International Reserve Bank system and the US Treasury duke it out. And on the far side, by the way, the Treasury, which is denominating its currency as notes against in stock gold and silver. Remember Kennedy, he issued a silver certificate
Yep.
that Johnson reversed immediately in the days after the assassination.
Yep.
That was a threat to the Federal Reserve System by the Treasury that Kennedy initiated. It wasn't fiat like what the Federal Reserve has, not tied to anything. It was tied to silver on deposit in the Federal Reserve that you could take your currency, your reserve notes, and go to any bank and get silver coin of the same amount. Okay, and by the way, in that time period, you still had real silver without the copper in it in your silver dollars, pre-64 Kennedy silver dollars. Kennedy did that. And by the way, let me just, I haven't mentioned this before. I'm going to do something on this. I haven't so far, but I'm going to do something on this. We always talk repeatedly, for example, with the 60s assassinations and President Kennedy, the attempt on Reagan and on President Trump.
Mhm.
We rarely hear anybody going back to McKinley. But McKinley was threatening the international banker operations prior to the setup of the Federal Reserve. Family members on the Titanic, which was a ruse, I talk about it in my book, to take out that moneyed family members who were opposing any move towards a Federal Reserve type system to create this international reserve system and bring America on board with that, with crooked politicians, etc. But the thing that happened that also greased the skids for that to happen was the assassination of McKinley. Far more critical than most people give weight, most historians give weight or tie to the current moment. McKinley should be mentioned at every time we talk about President Kennedy's assassination because they are related with the people behind the scenes and what their involvement was.
Wow.
So, I'll do something on that shortly. And it is in the work that I've done for the follow-on book, which is done, but, essentially, but I haven't released it because I didn't want to get ahead of our skis. It wasn't the right moment. I was ready to, and the more, it would have thrown off, I think, this movement in its focus before we got to the critical moment. We're now in that critical moment. Let's get through this a little bit, and then begin looking further out while the rest of the public is so fixated and the media is so fixated on these people and the prosecutions. We don't want to take our eye off that, but we do want to be looking a little further down the road. And where does it lead to? Leads to the rest of the people that put them in power, kept them in power, and were the agency through which they tried to do this coup, not just to take over America, but to take over the whole world. Okay. And that's what we're pushing back against. And that will be the next decade.
Wow. Impressive. Yeah. Thanks for sharing that about the silver, because, you don't just get the silver and you hold it forever. You use it when, the stock market crashes at some point, and silver goes higher, and you start to buy the assets that are going to make you generationally very popular with your people down the line. So yeah, that's a good point. Very good point. And,
Well, let me just add this.
mhm.
If you think about it, the stock market, while it's going up, and it'll hit 50 here shortly, it's not going up and hasn't been going up as much as, for example, silver and gold. So while it is going up, you have to think about it's actually collapsing compared to gold and silver. Why have they gone up more? Because the value of the money, see, the stock market does represent real assets. It's buildings, airplanes, cars, trucks, machinery, factories, plants, real estate, everything else. But it hasn't gone up that much compared to the price of gold and silver. So what you're really seeing, the correct way to see it is that it is relatively neutral or negative. And remember, when you have those stock positions and like that, you have a carrying cost, a broker fee, a tax liability. When you dial all those things in, oftentimes, even if your stock went up a certain number, you actually, especially if you dial in compared to a tangible like gold or silver, you're actually neutral or negative, even if on paper you made money and you paid taxes on it. So this is just one of those unique moments that you kind of have to think again. And I would say this too. It's a prayerful thing. It's not wasted to ask for divine guidance. For me, even with some of the stuff that you see here that I have, on the far side of this, they're kind of a type of gold bar. I think when everything recovers and we get back on track as a country, that some of the things that I have will be worth radically more. They're art and they're fun. So I get them out, polish them off, show a little love. And they are a type of silver coin, gold bar, or something. And people in your audience may have similar. It might be somebody that does farming or something like that, a tractor. It may be something that you do that you can make great gain by putting a little blood, sweat, and prayer into it. One of the things Jen wants to go do is the whole food or the whole wheat, freshly ground stuff with the baking in the ovens and things like that. That really is a lost art right now for the most part, but has great health benefits. And so there's things out there that people in the audience here have some personal expertise in.
Yep.
Gold or silver might not be the best thing for you. It might be a tractor that you know exactly how to maintain it, or it has a certain application, or you got a piece of ground that it actually works on. There's something that you should be investing in, not necessarily holding paper at this moment in time, that fits your exact area of expertise. My mechanic has, with the stuff he has in his truck and trailer that he travels with, $500,000 worth of tools. Well, to anybody else, it's a garage sale. For him, it's the way to make a living. And a lot of those tools, he might only pull it out of there, once in a year or every other year. But at the moment he needs it, he knows exactly how to use it, how to apply it, and can make pretty good gain with it. And so if you're in paper money, this might be the time to, keep some to pay the mortgage and the taxes or something like that. Day to day, it is hard to transact silver when you go down to the assessor's office to pay your property taxes, but you don't want to be weighted too heavily to the paper with what's going on right now. There's a huge war going on behind the scenes. People have no idea how big this is getting between the Federal Reserve, International Reserve System, the bankers in London, and our Treasury, and Besant and Trump and all that. It's a lot bigger than most people have any comprehension of.
Well, I know who's going to win eventually, but in the meantime, stock up on your silver or get the tractor or the piece of art or
well,
whatever.
And as a last resort, good cookies. Yes, stock up on good cookies.
Absolutely.
So,
all right, Juan, it's
anyway.
looking pretty dark in there. I don't want you to bump into anything and get hurt, so we'll let you go. Thanks for coming in and sharing.
Yeah. Yep. Of course, always appreciate the opportunity to talk to your folks, and it's a critical moment. Hope that helps people a little bit. And as we have some further updates, I'll be glad to come back and do it. And by the way, love your Nino shirt.
Yeah, and that bottom where it's got the Q.
Oh, yeah.
Nice touch.
Well, Jen has those over at the store there. And so those are actually pretty fun. If anybody gets the chance to, go over and take a look, that's kind of a fun deal that I think is actually just hysterical. So, yeah.
Definitely. And the links for Jen's store, the Jen Mac, Jennifer Mac, is what's
.com,
called?
Yeah, thejennifermac.com. And then there is stuff over at allpatriots.gumroad.com. And I'm going to post a little bit of a special over there on something before the silver hits 50. I'll probably do that tomorrow, but and I'll have to up prices a little bit more, but I'm going to hold tight for the moment. So if anybody wants to go over there and beat that, that's great. By the way, silver, I expect it, I've said this several times for folks. Once it crashes through 50, which they'll try to hold that just below 50 as long as they can. Just like 40 was a big psychological number, and they kept it down in that 38, 39 range. It's going to switch from these 10, 10, 10 things. Gold's headed for 4,500. Everybody's fixated on that 4,000. Now it's headed for 4,500. Silver will probably be in the 70 range at the same time. And it's probably moving faster than most of the experts are dialing in. So I think it's a pretty safe investment for the time being, with a lot further to go. But even short term, there's a lot of move that's going to happen with the uncertainty of events over the next several months and the political side of things. I think it's an important thing to kind of dial that into your equations and anticipate. And if you're going to move into any of the metals or something like that, especially I think silver's the proper one personally, then, you're not, you don't want to be on the sidelines if you're going to make the move. Just do it, sit back, relax, and watch what happens next.
Absolutely. And Juan, just like everything else, you can see into the future. You get that, you get that special viewer. But,
well,
appreciate your insight.
I've had my Lincoln Mark II forever. It's actually a great truck, And I looked into the future and said, well, they're not gonna make it like this for very long, and they only made it for 2 years. And but unfortunately, it's sitting there. It's one of my favorite vehicles. I just don't have time. So I think I'm gonna go start that. If I battery back
Nice.
up. That's a perfect car too. It's a low mile car, but it's kind of a gold bar for me also, because I think it'll be a collector's thing out into the
Yeah.
future,
Good point.
for fun. So I'm just saying there, if you don't have gold or silver, get Nino shirt. Don't have gold and silver. You might have some similar, and you don't have to set because you've missed something. You might already have, somebody else might say, why don't you just sell it, get the money and go buy silver? It's a piece of art. I've had it a long time. It's pretty well preserved. Other than I had to leave out last summer and I didn't forget to get it moved inside. But if you can preserve it, I don't think they're going down in value. I think it's going up in value, maybe a little bit out into the future. So it's kind of a gold bar for me. You may have similar. Don't be upset if you've got something tangible. Just be careful of the paper or anything that's fiat, digital fiat too. It might move up a bunch, but somewhere reality is going to strike in there and, could clip you a little bit. So, let the buyer beware. I think the tangibles are the place to be for the foreseeable future. So anyway, Appreciate the time. We'll talk again soon, bro.
All right. Thanks, Juan.
All right. Night, folks.
Great. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So President Trump and the Trump team using the shutdown, which I think is manufactured. Some of these Democrats were basically directed to stay into vote on a shutdown. And I think that's probably going to continue. I think, they're saving, I think, $400 million a day. And we're probably going to do really well in the long term with taking down the deep state, all right, through this shutdown. So I'm looking at it probably lasting, but who knows, maybe someone with a little common sense in the Democrat Party will, prevail, but I doubt it. I think this is going to be an opportunity for the White Hats to basically take down more of the deep state within the federal government. All right, so let's look at a few things. Let's look at we have Caroline Levitt basically speaking. She's talking about some of the issues that are going on and how they can be fixed. I think it's going to be it's fantastic what's going on.
And look, we have $0 coming into the federal government right now because the Democrats shut it down. So what Russ Vought is working diligently on is examining how we can fix this mess to ensure that critical funding continues, that we can get people paid. But the Democrats are making that very difficult. And that's why the president put out a statement this morning saying that we're going to start looking across the board at layoffs and at agencies that we feel do not best serve the American taxpayer.
So there you go. It's Doge on steroids, right? So they're going to use this to shut down these useless bureaucracies that are within the federal government.
May need to be halted or permanently cut.
So on that, I wanted to ask you about that because you mentioned Russ Vought in that. I think that came out about 8 o'clock this morning about cutting certain programs that they deem are not necessary. Is that real or is that a negotiating tactic?
Oh, it's very real. And the Democrats should know that they put the White House and the president in this position. And if they don't want further harm on their constituents back home, then they need to reopen the government. It's very simple.
All right. So Caroline Levitt was asked earlier in the press conference. President Trump posted an AI that talked about, he posted on his True Social. Well, the lamestream media has said that he's going to use the government shutdowns for firings and punishment. All right. So it's going to deflect from the Democrats. So the Democrats are causing this. So again, the people that are, mentally compromised, right? You know how I like to say that, consciously compromised. They're gonna get their buttons pushed by this. So the Democrats are going to use that, and that's probably part of their plan too, to push on President Trump, make him look like the bad guy. Well, all of us know who the real bad guys are, right? The people that are consciously compromised don't understand because they've been compromised, right? So that's why we need the med beds. So we got more time to uncompromise these useful idiots for the Democrat Party, right? So yeah, they're going to keep pushing that lie. So what a government shutdown means, lapse in funding occurs. So as you heard, they're going to have to start shutting down useless government programs, industries, and so forth, so that they can fund the real things that need to be funded, like Social Security, retirements, healthcare for seniors, all those programs that will have to be funded. So the only way to fund them is to find money, which this should have been done so long ago. If you're spending on your credit card and you reach your max and somebody gives you another credit card, what are you going to do? You're going to max that puppy out too, aren't you? And that's what the federal government has been doing for a long time. We have to manage our budgets. The federal government just keeps on spending, print some more dollars, and keeps on spending, right? That's the Federal Reserve, which is not federal, part of the government, and they have no reserves because President Nixon did away with the reserves, the gold standard, a long time ago, right? So back in 73. So we're going to see a collapse possibly of the Federal Reserve because the Federal Reserve is going to be exposed. It's not shutting down. Oh, that's because it's not part of the federal government, although it has that federal name in front of it. How about that? So exposure, taking down all of these programs that need to go away. So that's what we're seeing. I hope they never reopen the old government, right? Let's just do away with it and create something new and do away with all these useful idiots that are politicians, most of them, right? So, and I say useful idiots because most of them work for the deep state, right? So let's look at this other video. So many of us know that there are programs that will make sure everything keeps moving, because I remember some of this happening during Obama's term when the federal government was shut down for a very long time. There were a lot of programs that continued. So being in the CIA at the time, I got to see a lot of the stuff that worked behind the scenes, things that were able to keep going and things that, didn't. That's what we're going to see, as time moves forward. A lot of these programs that are corrupt programs that fund the deep state and does the will of the deep state, they're going to get exposed and they're going to weigh.
What's up, everybody? So government shut down first day. Now they're talking, you're starting to hear, oh, well, this is the way that we can streamline the government and we can really slim it down and blah, 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 blah. That's true. But let's talk about why. So with the government shut down, it's the requirement of the executive, along with the Army and the Marine Corps.
What? The Army and the Marine Corps? Wow. So we're seeing in a lot of these cities that the Army and the Marine Corps need to get more involved, aren't we?
To make sure that the nation still functions. That also means that they can move assets without congressional approval, because Congress is basically out the window.
So again, if the government shut down, the military steps in. Well, actually, the military stepped in when the election was stolen back in 2020. It's not over yet, right? So we're going to continually see these types of programs starting to filter in. And that's the military, because we're under pretty much military rule right now.
Okay. With the government shut down, the U.S. Supreme Court doesn't exist. So it moves to the U.S. Marine Corps Division Main Court, justices or judges, and the Army Judge Advocate Generals, and the Air Force Judge Advocate Generals, depending on what jurisdiction we're talking about.
Oh, wow. You mean that we can actually start to have military tribunals during the shutdown? They have been going on, guys, for the most part. A lot of these people have been already taken care of. A lot of them, probably most of them. A lot of them have been taken to ships that are off the coast, and military tribunals have happened there. Military tribunals have happened in Guantanamo. There's people in Guam, all kinds of different places.
Whether it's space or air or land or sea, commercial, right? Which really, this isn't going to be space or air. Everything is really in maritime or.
So as we saw, obviously, New York is an extremely corrupt place. The air traffic controllers are going to be affected by this government shutdown. So I think it was last night, you had two planes collide, and I think a wing was torn off of one of those planes in New York. I don't know which one it is. It's LaGuardia, which one it is. But, I'm surprised they haven't really started, banging the drum about, that happened because of President Trump's, it's his fault that we have the government lockdown, because they want to clean up the government and not let the Democrats steal, continue to run up credit card after credit card after credit card, right?
In federal.
So Awaken One's, everybody's saying LaGuardia. Okay, thanks a lot. LaGuardia.
Commercial. So right now, what can happen, what's probably going to happen, and this is going to sound a little crazy, but this is what I see. The police forces, all law enforcement, is going to get moved to Division Main, Marine Corps, and they're going to be attached to as our law enforcement mechanism, and that will facilitate the re-establishment of the American militia, which starts with the veterans.
Wow. So that's very interesting, because we know that once things really start to kick off, we're seeing the very, very, very early stages of this in Portland, in LA, and other cities, that this is going to get a lot bigger. It's going to get a lot bigger than our military can handle. So you're going to need former veterans like myself to form up militias to contribute. So that's what this is moving towards, this shutdown. It's very, very slick, very, very subtle. T3, you think 14 cities? I say at least 17, but I've heard some say 19 cities will be lost. But that remains to be seen. Hopefully no cities will be lost, but I'm pretty much sure that we're going to lose cities, Portland being one of them.
Second, and this is beautiful, transportation and transit will be taken away from the states, and they will be moved into North America, and that transportation transit system will operate under the Army Corps of Engineers. So remember back in the day, we had the Army Corps of Engineers for the bridges. Well, now the Army Corps of Engineers is going to be over our bridges, our roads, all that stuff. That's transportation.
So we've heard that some of our major bridges, especially over the Mississippi, have been wired to blow, right? And they could have been wired to blow under the misguided assumption of those that were basically wiring them, that it was being done in case America were ever to be taken over by, some occupying force. So the people that wired it put the explosives in a lot of these bridges and so forth. These bridges need to be protected. So that's what you're seeing there, I believe. You're also seeing that will be a control point. If this happens, and it happens very quickly, and you start putting military into cities like we just saw in Memphis, because Memphis last night got military involvement in it. Of course, the Democrats hate that too. So you're seeing this slow creep at this point of the military coming into cities, guys. Now, these are cities that will support it to a certain extent. These are cities where the Democrats that are there in power are so weak that they can be basically put in their place. because there's enough people there that want this to happen. So these are the things we're going to start to see gradually pick up pace. But imagine in these major cities like Chicago, which is probably really wired for a massive pushback and destruction, if we put military in there before it starts, preemptively, this would be the ideal. But you're going to run up against a mainstream media and all of these compromised Democrat, governors, mayors, senators, congressmen, and so forth, that are going to scream and yell and incite their populaces to push back. Right? We already know that. So the only way we can overcome a lot of this is to start surreptitiously to put people in place. And now we're initially using it as gangs, violence, and so forth. But ultimately, we want the military and eventually militias to be throughout the country. Of course, that's not going to stay that way. It never will. It's sad that it has to be that way, but we know it has to be that way. But if it's preemptive, that's fabulous. And I just saw where this one Democrat woman was saying that they're not violent, that leftists aren't violent, and that if she had it her way, all guns would be taken away. I think that's great. I think wherever Democrats are right now, I think they should take those guns away ASAP. Let's let them rule right now. Let's let these leftist Democrats say no more guns, no more violence. Hoorah, hoorah, no more guns, no more violence. They got their megaphones and they're marched through the streets in their crazy outfits and gray hair, pink hair, whatever they got going on. And we're like, yeah, that sounds good. It sounds really good, right? And then we take those guns away and then we move in with our militia and, the military. So that would be perfect. So I wouldn't doubt that we'll start to see in some of these blue cities, because some of these blue political types, I believe, have flipped, and they're going to start to work with the good guys. And part of that will be, well, look at all the violence. Let's take away the guns. Let's make sure there's no guns on the streets, because we know where the real violence comes from. And a lot of violence is stopped out by good people that own guns. They don't publish that at all. There's probably more violence that's stopped out by good people with guns than with bad people with guns, by far. I've seen those reports, but they never use those reports.
Okay, so the states and the local counties can't profit from them anymore with their buddy contractors, right? So that's going to happen. Public land and ground will be moved to judge advocate generals, and so will the probate courts. And this is the best part. Healthcare will be nationalized through the Army. EMS will be nationalized through the Army. Fire services, emergency response, emergency management, all weather, all that stuff is going to be through the Army.
Now, you just saw with Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, where he talked about how the standard is going to be raised. No more beards. You're going to have to get haircuts. You're going to have to do physical fitness tests twice a year, the way it used to be when I was in. It was like, what? What are you talking about? What happened? So there's a lot. I've already seen videos, of course, with these wokesters that are in the military that are like, I'm going to get out now because I got to shave my beard. Right? I'm like, please get your ass out now. We have a line of people ready to come in and take your sorry ass place. Right? So now we know that just a year or two ago, under the Byington administration, that they couldn't find enough people. The recruiting levels were extremely low. They didn't know what they're going to do. And then Trump comes in, and now they have the highest recruitment in the history of the volunteer force, in the history of it, right?
With the Marine Corps as the as the countersign. Okay? Sorry, something caught in my ear. So you're talking about national health care, bye-bye medical insurance companies. See ya. It was all for profit scam anyways. All these organizations, NGOs that were sponsored by Congress, no more NGOs, not unless they're for profit. 501c3 churches, you're gone. You're a business. No more tax write-offs, no more 501c3 churches. You're going to have to become an American religious establishment, or you're going to be recognized as a business. So it's going to be the keys they gave them the keys to the kingdom. They gave the Army and Marine Corps, along with the executive, keys to the kingdom. It's going to be a whole new nation with a whole new reality, a whole new education system. Education, university education, that's over. That's going back to the military and the veterans. The colleges for the universities will stay for profit the way it's supposed to be. And by the way, just so everybody knows, nobody ever got a university degree. You got a college degree that was sponsored by a university. According to my background check, I have a Bachelor of Laws from the University of Florida that was issued to me, but that is a Bachelor of Laws under English common law, which is actually a university degree, not a college degree. Got it? So let's see what happens. Get your popcorn.
All right, so yeah, it's looking pretty good. Things are moving in the right direction. Now I was already onto this, and I just wait. It's like, okay, we're gonna see this somewhere, and then when I see it, I pounce on it and release it. Sometimes I'm ahead when I'm absolutely correct, like the Charlie Kirk shooting, like the President Trump shooting. I'm on that right away, right? That's my forte. I'm an expert in those fields, and I call it out immediately when it's done, right? The PSYOP. So PSYOP, obviously, in both of those instances for a positive reason, just like the PSYOP with President Trump releasing, it's like, oh, it's AI, and then like, but it's real, it's real. We know it's real. We know it's coming. But in the meantime, there are alternatives. There's always alternatives. And we have those with the LifeWave. All right, so now we've just had a shocking shooting in England. All right, so we know that our Congress is basically on vacation because they're celebrating Yom Kippur, right? So they're not working. So even if they could get together and maybe come to agreement, which it's kind of very skeptical. I'm very skeptical about that now. But maybe. And maybe they'll come back on Friday, tomorrow, because Yom Kippur's over. Jewish holiday. And, so Jesus was a Jew. And who was it that voted for him to be crucified? Jews, right? We could say the deep state because I think it was a deep state all the way back then. And even Rome didn't like him. Remember, it was Pontius Pilate. He comes in. He was trying to come on, let this Jesus guy go. Everybody loves him. And they're like, no. He turned over our money tables, and we can't have him around. Everybody thinks he's a prophet, and our king, he doesn't like it because the king wants to be worshipped. The Jews, the Gazari Mafia, I would say, all the way back then, had voted to have Jesus executed. So Jesus wasn't a Christian there, was he? No. So eventually there is this Christianity thing, right? There are people that, Paul and all the other, some of them even worse. Bartholomew, the guy, when you look at Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper, as you're looking at the table where you see Jesus and Mary Magdalene sitting next to each other, on the far side, on the right side, is Bartholomew. Bartholomew was skinned alive for promoting Christianity, right? So when Michelangelo did the Sistine Chapel, and he shows Bartholomew in the Sistine Chapel, and he has a knife, the knife that was used to basically skin him alive, and it shows his skin. His skin is of the exact image, because Michelangelo didn't like to paint himself, is in the exact image of Michelangelo himself. Good look. Yes. Yes, I'm all into past life stuff. I see all this stuff. So anyway, you go deeper into this stuff when you do that, right? So some of us pick this stuff out. Some of us do the research, go deeper. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is that a lot of people are all about this Israeli state. And so we have today in the UK, I guess, are in critical condition, and 2 or 4 others are in bad condition. Immediately after that, because he was shot, because he had a, and I've been saying this, guys. I've been saying here in America we're going to see explosive vests, and I'm not banging on the Jews. Jews don't believe in Jesus, guys. Jews don't believe in Jesus. Hello, wakey, wakey. All right. Now, they believe that he was a great man. They believe that maybe he has power, some of them, but most of them I've already put this out many times. Jews, when they're walking by cathedrals, Christian cathedrals, they spit on the ground when they go by, right? That's been videoed for a long time. In Gaza, they're not just blowing up mosques, they're blowing up Christian churches in Gaza too, right? So there's been a lot of people that have reported on this, and former military officers that are now going in to try and get food to the Gazans, right? So there's some problems here. There's some problems here. So I see people, I just put up Tucker Carlson, because Tucker Carlson had a very good video where he's like, yeah, we need to really look at this. All right. And like I'm saying, we need to really look at this, because there is some kind of faction that are in a lot of these Christian churches that are pushing a narrative which doesn't belong here at all. Right. Now we've just seen Bibi Netanyahu has said that they're going to pay $7,000 to influencers to promote the Jewish Israeli narrative, and to go after people that speak out against Jews. I'm not speaking out against Jews. I'm speaking out against Gezira Mafia, right? Where is Gezira Mafia located right now? Go ahead, figure it out. All right. So, shocking video shows cop frantically warn crowd in Manchester synagogue attacker has a bomb. All right. So, I'm not justifying the violence that this Muslim did. I think it's atrocious. I've seen this in my travels. It's not cool. Right. So here you see he's got the bomb belt, right? When I was in the Middle East, and the extremists basically came in, they would go into, oftentimes they go into markets where a lot of people were, and they blow their vests up. Just in a market where people are shopping and so forth, buying food, buying clothes, whatever, whatever open air market, wherever people go to shop. And this was very common, still is. So here we're seeing it in the UK. So we've seen this illegal immigration coming in. Who funded it? Trump already pointed out, the UN funded it. And they brought in a lot of people that don't do well with others. All right, that's the Muslims. They don't integrate. They come in, they don't assimilate, they take over. All right. And they've said this very often. This is another thing that we need to like get clued up on, not only with Israel being Khazarian mafia, but also with the Muslim community basically not integrating, right? Coming in and basically taking over. So that's what they're trying to do here in England.
Been fully occupied by the Islamic side, who are rioting and completely disrupted the train journeys of ordinary people in the country. Let's go to Glasgow.
Has stepped up security at synagogues across the whole of the country, and we
Lies.
will do whatever is required to keep our Jewish community safe. I know that there are many questions that are still to be answered.
Again, if you joined us late, we now have the identity of the attacker. His name is Jihad al-Shami. He was 35 years old, from Syria, but held a British passport. Then we got the Jews. We got the, there we go. They've arrived now to counter the Islamic side.
Communities like the one attacked in Manchester provided safety, but also the security that comes from a promise that this is a country that stands up to hatred, and that we don't just provide refuge, we provide a home for so many Jewish families.
All right, so there you go. Starmer basically saying that they're going to continue to bring in illegal aliens. They can kill people in their communities, but they're going to continue to bring them in, right? So that's pretty much the way things are in England. Fortunately, it's not like that here. President Trump has said he's not going to let any more Muslims immigrate into America. I think he's seeing the light, all right? Seeing the light that a lot of us have been talking about for quite some time. Yes, Silver Flint, that's he is that thing, right? So that delectable thing that women like to insert inside themselves, I guess. So yeah, he's one of those things. So maybe women would like that. Maybe women would like to have. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. So anyway, let's move on to the next subject. And so the National Guard training ahead of Portland deployment.
Many, many nights. Nick, thank you for being with us. And I wanted to start off this segment with something that I think is going to shock a lot of our viewers. I watched this on social media the other day. This is you being confronted by an agitator out in front of that ICE building who threatens you with violence. Listen here.
What are you doing? Why are you so mad? I didn't do anything. You did. What did I do? Walk. I haven't done anything. Walk. Do not come back. Watch out. You come back, I'm going to smoke you, dude. Really? Yes, really. I'm going to smash that camera. You have DHS watching you right there. Lasered on you. You have a sniper lasered on you right now. I don't give a
So he said that he is going to smoke you if you don't get out of there. And then it looked like DHS snipers came to your rescue. They zeroed in on him and lit him up with one of their lasers. That's what eventually got him to back.
So I think this guy, Nick, must have, he must be wired up for the sniper to be covering him, right? Department of Homeland Security. So from a distance, you're not going to be able to figure out what's going on. But if you have some kind of communication, maybe they said, hey, if you're going to go out in that crowd, we want to cover you. And so we're going to like put a device on you so we can hear what's going on. All right. So that's probably what happened. Or maybe it's coordinated for him to go in and see if they could, like, I wouldn't do that. But I'm not going to go into a bunch of crazies where you can never guesstimate what they're going to do. Like this guy says he's going to smoke him. Who knows what he's got? A knife. He's got a gun. He's got an axe. Who knows? That's pretty tough. That's journalism. That's very brave, but hopefully this guy, has more security coverage like that. Guys with sniper rifles as he goes in.
Down. But for people who say that there's not violence going on in front of these facilities, what do you say?
It's a complete lie. There's lots of violence going on. That's just one of the many threats I got that night. And when I was walking back to my car, another person pulled out their gun and threatened me, saying, "You want to be Kirk Jr.?" I mean, these people are very dangerous and they're unhinged. Just the other night, a woman got beat up. She got punched in the face out there.
So he's talking about a reporter that had a transgender, basically had some kind of sign and took the pointy end of the sign and poked her in the face with it, and her eyes all like black and blue now. But imagine that it hit her in the eye. It would have taken her eye out. So they're unhinged. They're crazy people. And we really need the military to go in on a massive scale and just sweep the streets of Portland and not let any of these people back. All right. Arrest them, the homeless, the drug addicted, so forth. Get them help, get them out of the city. Don't let them come back. If they come back, then there's got to be a place where they get treatment. We have to do every city like that. We have to stop all the drug trafficking. I believe that Venezuela is going to get spanked, right? That's coming. But there's a lot of problems here in the United States, a lot. Now, imagine that you are a military that is occupying, which is basically what the cartels are doing to us, occupying a different country. You have to have supply routes. Somebody has to fund you. Somebody has to bring you more bullets, more whatever it is, more drugs, more children to traffic. All right. So there's supply lines. Now, Trump and the military have cut those supply lines at the border. So things are drying up. Things are starting to dry up. They're not having the drugs. They're not having the trafficking material. So all of these things are drying up. Maybe even the money that was going back and forth is drying up. So the guys on the other side of the fence are not very happy about it either. So they're trying to do the boats, Venezuelan boats, and they're getting smoked, right? And it's to the point now that they're not sending any more boats. I guess they got the message, right? So we have to, at some point, take out the people that are the kingpins, right? If you want to stop military, you have to go after the leadership, right? So that's what we've done. When I was in, the CIA, well, SEAL teams and the CIA, we focus on the leadership. And then the rest of the Army and the ground forces and so forth worked on the Army. But once the leadership is taken out, things start to completely collapse. Unless someone is ready to step up and assume that leadership role and is just as effective, it's basically destroying that army. So that's what we're seeing in America, the destruction of the cartels and the cabal in the cities, all right? So it's a war. I mean, Trump has talked about it. I've talked about it. A lot of us have talked about how this is a war. And it is when you take it into that frame of reference, that frame of mind, all right? So the war is ongoing. The war is intensifying. It's, we shut down their supply routes, that lines, and we're going after the most violent of their groups. Maybe in some cases, we're getting some of the honchos. But for the most part, we still have a lot of work to do, right? We've been invaded by millions. There were millions before Biden. There was a cleanup process that was going on in Trump's last administration, but there's a lot of resistance to that. Now we're seeing that resistance starting to dry up as people are seeing the horrific conditions that, come on the other side of these cartels that come into the cities and start to run things, right? Colorado is a really good example. Colorado is collapsing on many different levels because they've let the cartels come in and run the situation. Because some of these politicians obviously get compromised in different ways. They get payoffs, and it's like, okay, we paid you all this money. Now you got to let more of us come in. Now you got to let us do the child trafficking. Now you got to let us do this. Now you got to let us do that. Oh, you want to resist? Oh, well, we're going to replace you. In the next election, we're going to decide who's going to be in your position, and you're going to be gone. And then it's going to not be very good for you, because with all the money you've made and all the things you bought, you're not going to be able to afford them anymore, right? So you're going to have to downsize. So a lot of these people, very egoic psychopaths, right? They'll do whatever they need to do to maintain that egoic fix, right? So this is some of the things that we're seeing. Of course, they use women to, keep these guys in line as well. Remember, Playboy, Hugh Hefner, that was all part, the Playboy bunnies, all over the country. That was all part of, using, and not only those women, obviously, but obviously the people that were in corporations or politicians and so forth that visited those clubs, all the stuff. And then you have Jeffrey Epstein, and P. Diddy, and on and on and on. So it's being exposed. It's being taken down, the whole system, bit by bit by bit by bit. And so this shutdown is probably going to help accelerate it to a great extent. And the military, like we're talking about, will have to move in, because all of these programs are going to have to be shut down because we can't afford anymore, because the Democrats stopped all the funding, right? So that's going to be used. And the Democrats, of course, aren't getting all of the, money laundering from child trafficking and drug trafficking and all the stuff they've been using it for, right? And also we're manipulating the stock market and crypto and all that kind of stuff. So they manipulate it up and down. It should be like just constant, but it like ramps up and it ramps down. It's manipulation. It's all manipulation, right? It's ridiculous. So yeah, everything has to come down. Right? So everything has to be exposed. All right. So that stuff starts to happen. And they're like, well, that's happening to you. You're all swelling up twice your size. So we're going to like give you some stuff to like stop the swelling. And that makes them, they can't eat, but they keep swelling up. So they give them something else for that. And so eventually told me that they had watched me talk about LifeWave for quite some time, for about a year or so. And then they started using the X39. All right. So the X39, as David Schmidt is going to share with you, the inventor of LifeWave. And how did he get his start? In the Navy SEAL teams, right?
What type of products would I use? And, hopefully those are going to be things other people are interested in. Like, for example, I don't want to age. And I'd be willing to bet there's probably a lot of people that feel the same way. So the thinking was that X39 was such a massive success that on a technical level, we got about 1/3 of the way to stopping aging. That's what copper peptide does. So it's not a complete solution for stopping aging, but it's certainly an indication that it might be possible. So then the question is, could we develop a technology that would allow people to stop and even reverse aging? That's the goal that we set in our research. When I'm working with our...
And that's actually the goal that they met, right? So it's not stopping the aging process, it's actually reversing the aging process. And how does that happen? The X39 basically, a copper peptide activates your stem cells, and that helps you to overcome the aging process. So now med beds, wearable med beds, that's what we call it. It's actually, quite effective. Now, something that is a problem is the energy that's coming into the earth right now. Now, what causes that energy to come into the earth right now? We're moving into a natural process. This happens for the earth and the sun on a continuing basis. If we're informed, if we're involved in the process, we can survive it and actually thrive. There are people in the past that weren't informed and didn't thrive. And there's also, like I tease, that some people are consciously compromised. These energies that come in actually stop that compromising of consciousness, right? And that's another reason why the deep state is really active in trying to take us down. Now, Earth just had a massive charging event, and it lasted for 3 days, and it was a surprise. Now, over the last, up to this point right now, in the history, since we've been taking, observations and so forth, I don't know how far back that goes, but in the history, since we've been taking these observations, we've had the most significant activity of earthquakes and volcanoes since these things have been taken, right? But I guarantee you, we have a lot more coming.
right now at the end of a super long geomagnetic storm. It's been nearly 3 days of intense magnetic fluctuations that have been sweeping across the planet much longer than normal. This is, in fact, the longest geomagnetic storm of 2025, in addition to one that hit us back in June. And that one was slightly stronger in its intensity. It was also very long duration, about 72 hours of geomagnetic storming. But those two storms have been the longest in duration of this year. The difference is a storm back in.
Now he's going to go in what happened the last time this type of energy came into Earth. So this energy, when it comes into Earth, it's not like it's you stick your finger or you stick a bobby pin into an electric socket and you get shocked. Basically what it does, it comes into the Earth and it starts to build and it builds and it builds. And then eventually it comes out, and it comes out in the form of earthquakes, volcanoes, and hurricanes, right? So that's what we've been seeing on a massive scale.
June wasn't really a surprise. This one was. It kind of came out of nowhere. There are a variety of explanations.
There are a variety of explanations. So even as this natural cycle happens, process that has been predicted throughout time, but because the deep state basically controls our educational system, we believe that it is something that we can't. But there is a lot of people that, because it wasn't taught to them in school, it doesn't exist, right? Because they haven't heard it before, and just some guy that was a Navy SEAL or some guy that, Stefan Burns, what's his background? Does he have a major university backing him? Does a government back him? No. So a lot of people are consciously compromised on this information, but you're going to find out. You're going to find out. A lot of people are finding out that there's some serious issues that are happening right now. Now, did the deep state do something to make the Earth or the sun kick off more energy? I don't think they control everything, guys, but they can spin things a little bit more. And I think they're doing it right now.
And understandings of what may have caused it. I talked about that in yesterday's video. But in general, it was certainly a bit of a unexpected shakeup. Solar wind velocity went over 800 kilometers per second at one moment, which is very fast, indicating that some sort of plasma wave of high velocity hit us. It could also be a high-speed stream. That's what NOAA is saying. But if you look at the sun, this is going all the way back to the 25th of September. Where's the coronal hole? We don't really see it. I mean, yeah, little things, but nothing that should have given us a G3 storm that overall lasted 72 hours. Now, we do have this coronal hole coming up here. This is our favorite coronal hole. I think this is the 14th rotation of this one.
So the normal things are called these G3 storms that eventually lead to earthquake activity, volcanic activity. And during this process that it was coming in, it was kicking off a lot of energy. I'm going to show you how Kilauea was fountaining lava like it's never fountained before.
Now, you'll notice at the very end of this video, it's not yet geoeffective. So that's not what hit us. We're about to get hit by that. And so you add in all these factors together, and we are in an earthquake watch. And in fact, I think there is a much higher risk of there being a megaquake in the near future. I would say for the month of October. I know it's kind of a wide time window, but the forecasts that we do here are not ultra precise because that's really, really difficult to do. Basically, no one does it. We look at the space weather factors, the current energetic conditions here on Earth, and just look at the overall seismic rhythmic trends that exist. And that has allowed us to be fairly accurate at forecasting earthquake trends at a global scale, which is the first step to then becoming more granular. So we have this ultra long duration geomagnetic storm that's just now wrapping up. That means that a bunch of energy basically got moved around in the Earth, because when you have a fluctuating magnetic field, now you have these really powerful electric currents that are flowing. All
right, so these powerful electric currents that have come into the Earth are going to have an outlet, and it's a megaquake. Megaquakes, I've been talking about megaquakes coming. We're going to talk a little bit more about a megaquake and what that might look like for the United States. All the way back in 1964, I was 4 years old. I don't remember it, but Alaska had a massive 9.2 earthquake. There were in South Africa the energy of it, basically the way it moves through the earth and it moves through water and so forth. It moved well water in South Africa, in Louisiana, in bays in Louisiana. I'm going to show you this effect that happens. And it basically caused this sloshing effect, and it sunk boats in Louisiana from an earthquake in Alaska. It was a big earthquake, and we're due for one off the coast of the United States. All right. So let's look at, some of the things that are happening right now as far as the weather, and then we're going to look at the volcanoes and earthquake activity. A little bit of educational process. You need to be educated so that you can respond with a little common sense, right? So otherwise, you're going to be compromised. You're going to get compromised by this, guys.
And a major 6.9 magnitude earthquake strikes.
All right, so dozens of people were killed in the Philippines while this G3 storm is happening, impacting the earth.
Got two hurricanes off the East Coast, Imelda and Humberto.
All right, so you got two big hurricanes off the coast of America, which we've seen a lot of hurricanes this year, 2 Cat 5s now, and they didn't impact, well, indirectly. We're going to see that there was an indirect impact from these storms in North Carolina. Imagine, because one of those storms was supposed to come into South Carolina, North Carolina area, right? But surprisingly, even though everybody's, forecasting it's coming there, it turned and went out to sea. All right. That's a good thing. But still, will the White Hats be able to continue to do the right thing with it? Yeah, they will, if they know it's coming. If it comes very rapidly and there's a lot of force and a lot of energy and so forth, or other things that are happening somewhere else, some of these can get through, guys. So we have to be aware of that. Some of the energy from this hurricane or from these hurricanes can get in and cause damage. Now, the last Cat 5 that, swept past and went out to sea, swept past the U.S., it caused some damage in North Carolina and some other places, but it didn't come in. Of course, we know what happens when these hurricanes come in. There's massive amounts of damage, especially if it's a Cat 4 or Cat 5. All right, so that is off the coast, bringing in energy, right? So we've been pretty lucky this year, right? I predicted there would be some pretty significant activity, but it's all been steered away, right? Up to this point. Last year, I guess the White Hats didn't have their equipment up online, right? But this year seems to be they flipped it to a great extent. I've talked about that a little bit in other shows. So now we have basically a pattern that's starting to form that can potentially allow these to come in.
And in the Atlantic, the little yellow lemon we finally got in Florida is at 10% in 48 hours, 10% in the next 7 days, showing that any development will be slow as it generally moves northwestward across the Florida Peninsula into the Gulf. Now, this is very important, everybody, because Google Minds is taking this up the East Coast and is not going that way. The Euro is showing this way. So the AI does not have this at all. And that wave coming towards the MDR, still showing this is about 7 to 8 days away, potentially impacting the Lesser Antilles. Is at 20% in the next 7 days, 0 in the next 4.
All right, so these storms can they can form, and they can come in, and they be like a freight train coming in, guys, and they can build and build and build, or they could be like a little, little tropical disturbance, and then the next day it's a Cat 5. We've seen this last year. So we have to be very careful, going forward. I think we've all done a very good job of keeping track of this, maybe using our consciousness to a great extent to push these storms. I've been talking about this for well over a decade, how our consciousness basically can move and bring in weather, all right, depending on how you want to move that. But it's one of the easiest things that you can learn, moving weather around, right? So if enough people, because when these storms are getting close, you notice how the press used to like really go out of their way to build up the excitement and the fear. What do you think that did? That helped bring it in, right? Gave it energy. Deep state likes to do that, right? They like to create fear, anger, and lots of other negative emotions. So you have to learn to stay in the low vibration. It's very effective. All right. So these energies, even though they miss the U.S., they go somewhere. They don't just disappear. All right. And I know some of you are like, oh, well, duh. Well, where do they go? They go across the Atlantic, don't they? See all the energy? All right. So this is the United States over here. And here's those big storms that are going to Europe. So we missed it, but somebody else got it, right? They don't get the winds, but they get the water. Better watch that water, right? So that's what we're seeing in Sicily right now. Chaos in Italy.
News spread of the disappearance of a young woman trapped in the raging waters in one of the areas hardest hit by the storm. Rescue teams supported by firefighters, civil defense, and volunteers worked tirelessly in hopes of finding her.
All right. So we can be happy that these storms aren't hitting us, but like I said, they go somewhere, right? It doesn't just go poof. They go across the Atlantic and they cause difficulties or problems over there. So unfortunately, the Europeans are getting hit by that. Now, energies are the same way. Energies can come in and affect one area and another area will be unscathed, right? So just because you're unscathed by these energies like the West Coast to a great extent so far, all right, doesn't mean they're not happening in other places. They're kicking off in a lot of other places right now. But when you take in the grand scheme of things, it's having a major impact. I just saw just before I came on that where the 8.8 happened, they're getting a lot of aftershocks right now, or small earthquakes, swarms of earthquakes, right? Is something else going to kick off there? Possibly something in Japan, I think. And then off the coast of Oregon, California, all right, the Cascadia zone. And that will kick off the other ones. I can't think of the names of them right now. But there's the earthquake, lines of energy that are in California, San Andreas, and there's what's that other one? There's another one. Can't think of its name. So San Andreas, and then there's one next to it. It doesn't get a lot of recognition, but hasn't gone off. And normally it goes off in every 100, 120 years. And we're at 140 years, going on 150. So it's way overdue. So that means that energy is building, the Hayward Fault. So the San Andreas, the Hayward, and there's one that actually runs through right behind me, Lake Tahoe. So I think there's going to be multiple, once a big one goes off, like the Cascadia, and causes a massive tsunami, we're going to see dominoes happen in a lot of these. And just like I talked about with Alaska having a 9.2, if we get a 9 something off the coast of California or Oregon, that's going to be a fairly significant tsunami. And that energy will travel under the mountains and across to the East Coast, all right? And it will affect the East Coast. The East Coast will probably have significant earthquake activity over there as well, because we have that one fault that runs up through Tennessee and all those areas. Yeah, I can't remember all this stuff. It'll come to me maybe, but there's all these faults that run through. That one fault that I'm talking about on the East Coast, it lit off one time, and it basically made the Tennessee or the Mississippi River reverse, right? So it's pretty significant, you know, when these earthquakes go off. It really liquefies sand and earth, and things sink, and all kind of crazy stuff happens. So I think we're gonna see New Madrid. Yeah, thanks, Scott. So the New Madrid fault zone could get activated by a massive earthquake that happens in the fault that's off the coast, Cascadia fault that's off the coast of Oregon and California, right? So still, we're getting signs of all this coming, guys. We're seeing the buildup of all these earthquakes and volcanoes. So listen to this. This is something they've never seen before at Mount Etna.
Mount Etna just erupted again, but this time something.
Now, it didn't just erupt. He's talking about, I think, an August eruption here.
Came out that shouldn't exist. Amid the smoke and lava, a glowing material surfaced. Unlike anything ever recorded in Etna's history, it pulsed, it shimmered, and it left scientists completely stunned. Emergency teams rushed to collect samples, only to find it wasn't like any known volcanic emission. No match in the global geological database. No trace elements common to known lava flows. Early analysis suggests it's forming deeper than Etna's magma chamber.
So deeper. So these energies that are coming into the earth are causing more magma chambers that are deeper to be activated, which will eventually cause larger earthquakes, because magma moving around can cause earthquakes and cause much bigger volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, on and on and on.
Possibly tapping into a layer of Earth we've never reached. Whatever it is, it's not just rare. It may be the start of something far more dangerous. Mount Etna's eruption didn't stop with the strange glowing material. At 11:23 in the morning, the volcano unleashed a violent pyroclastic flow, one of the most destructive forces on Earth. Within seconds,
So this was what happened to Pompeii. Vesuvius basically had one of these pyroclastic blasts, and you know, the Pompeians and Herculaneum, they probably had lots of volcanoes. They probably had lots of people tell them, it's nothing, kind of like what's going on now for a lot of people. But the smart people get the hell out of there, right? Some people stay behind, and some people probably stay behind because they had valuables there and so forth. And that, unfortunately, is what, you know, will take out a lot of people in the coming months and years as this starts to increase.
Torrent of ash, poisonous gases, and burning rock fragments tore down its eastern flank at over 140 kilometers per hour. That's faster than a racing car. And there was no time to escape. Tourists scattered, onlookers fled. Some described it as a wall of fire chasing them downhill. In less than a minute, the flow had traveled over 2 kilometers. And by the time it slowed, it had scorched a path stretching more than 3 kilometers long.
All right, so all over the world, this stuff is really starting to increase on a massive scale. And I think we're just seeing the beginnings of it. I think it's going to get a lot worse. And we'll see examples of it. You know, Kilauea had a magnificent, is the most unbelievable eruption I've seen yet from Kilauea and from any volcano. I mean, look at this. It's spectacular. It's like angel wings. That's what my wife called it angel wings. So it really spewed up to 1,300 feet. And I believe they were like, that's the highest volcanic lava trajectory that they've had, maybe in history. So really starting to wake up. And it seems to get more and more active, spews out more and more lava. Some of those lava vents that are spewing out that lava, there's a couple of them there, as you saw. Some of them have been spectacular. I remember when the Kilauea first started, I think that was the 34th episode, because it'll, you know, release energy like you just saw it, and then it'll calm down, it'll build back up and release it again. It's done 34 times over the last several months, right? So they were saying in the beginning stages, it would take years for at the pace the lava was coming out, for it to fill up, you know, and it's actually getting pretty close. In fact, where you saw that lava jettisoning out, it looks like it's about, that lava was actually spewing over the rim. So we may see where that spewing is coming out, we may see it collapse the rear wall and start to spill out and then go into all of Hawaii. Well, not all of Hawaii, but you know, where there's homes. Several years ago, it came out and it took out a lot of homes and so forth. So we may see that coming again. I think it's very close. If it's not going to happen in the next one, it'll probably happen in the one after that. So just a matter of time before the rim wall collapses. So here is a video that shows the rim wall actually starting to collapse. Now look at the spot right here. This is rock that's starting to glow. Of course, that's what lava is. It's rock that's superheated. All right, but see this little area right here? It's going to get superheated, and it's going to start to collapse there, and it's going to start to collapse back here where the rim is. So we had lava spewing over the rim this time. It's not flowing in streams yet, but like I said, it could be coming very close. We're getting close to that point. All right. So I must have missed the other chunk. So there was another chunk earlier, but I'm not going to go back and look at it. Well, you guys get the point, right? So basically, it's starting to fill up that chamber, and eventually it's going to start to come over the rim. I don't think it's going to have to fill up all of you know, the cauldron before it starts to spill over, and it's very close. All right, so one of the places that I think has the highest possibility is Camp Flegrei. So Camp Flegrei is really getting worse and worse and worse. Now this is Italy again, and if it goes, it could affect all of Europe. All of Europe. All right. So this is one that I think has a very strong possibility of basically cooking off.
This is the land rise that is happening there, the increased earthquake activity,
So they have a road right here that's boiling. So the heat and the lava underneath are making this road collapse in some places and then boil up.
fumarole activity, gas emissions, but Brady seism is not the problem. What is causing this is the problem, and that's the volcano. So phenomena always sounds like, yeah, there's something going on.
So you see all these former cauldrons that were in this whole area. It's got multiple. It's just one big, massive, volcano, super volcano that could very well explode. And I think that's what's going to happen.
We don't know what it is, but it's not so bad. It's not really a phenomena. It's a super volcano that is creeping towards eruption. This is a volcanic.
So you had Vesuvius, as we've seen from, they've gone in and poured, and they found pockets, and they poured plaster Paris in these little pockets, air pockets, they thought, and it was a human being. They basically had been fried completely, and had been a shell had been perfectly built over this human. I've been to Pompeii, walked the streets, and there's some areas where they still have air. Of course, they got a museum. I think at one time they used to have a lot, but the mafia took them and sold them. But there's still evidence. You can see that. That's very potentially what can happen to not just hundreds, but millions of people in this area.
Crisis. I would say volcanic crisis instead of Brady seismic phenomena. And is this really an asphalt swelling phenomena, or is this also a volcanic signal? Really? Right? Or would you say, as part of that volcanic crisis, now the asphalt is bubbling? Stop making it sound harmless, more harmless than it is, in my opinion, and start thinking about how to say.
So again, the people that are running the show, they don't care about us, like that Michael Jackson song. So we have to inform each other. Now, there are scientists that have come out and given the warning that this area probably should be evacuated. So they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. So we're probably going to see very potentially, unless there's more signs that are, and now we know this stuff can erupt instantaneously. It doesn't give you a calling card. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna push up a little bit over here. I'm gonna push up a little bit over here. I'm gonna spew a little lava over here. That's normally the way we see some of this stuff. But we also know that, like with Vesuvius, which was spewing a little bit of lava and some ash, and then it just blew up, and it wiped out a lot of people, and it buried cities. There's probably still some cities out there that haven't been unearthed, right? Pompeii was a very, very popular place. So eventually they came back, and probably because they were looking for treasures and so forth, they were digging. Herculaneum got hit by a massive mudslide that buried it in mud, which is much harder to dig out than the ash, right? So if this goes down, which is highly possible, and it affects all of Europe, who's to blame? You can't blame some of these people because they're like, we didn't have the technology. Yes, they have the technology. They know, and they keep it from us. It's up to us to figure it out on our own. Kind of like, those non-existent airplanes that crashed into buildings on 9/11. It took us a while to figure out, CGI and all the other stuff that they use to do that. So these guys have the technology. We're in a race to protect our human race. So this is one of the reasons why I think it's very effective, very, very. Now, a lot of people are going to be like fear mongering and so forth. Fear mongering if you want, but there's people out there that are predicting this stuff, like myself, that are giving the warnings. All right, so here's one of them. So this is a Canadian earthquake on X. So I've talked about this guy several times. Whenever he brings up something, because he's been predicting a lot of this stuff, and he predicts there's going to be like a 10, not a 9, not a 8.8. He's looking at a 10.2 that's coming. All right. So he's talking about that 1964 earthquake caused ground movement on the East Coast and Texas, which is smaller, like the earthquake itself compared to this expected event. So all these areas could get hit in the next one because it's going to be closer. If it happens in Cascadia, it's obviously a lot closer than Alaska, and it's right there on the coast, and that's where all the fault lines are. That will spread, that will domino, and go across all across America. All right, so this guy basically has predicted a lot of stuff that's coming. He's predicted stuff that actually has come, and he's talking about some of this stuff basically activating, like I'm talking about now, all the way across the United States. All right, so let's look at what happens when these energy waves travel and what they can do. So this was, I think this is this Miramar? No, a stunning video shot during Monday's earthquake in the Philippines shows water cascading down the side of the building like an urban mega waterfall. All right, so that's that's one of them. There was one that happened more recently. See if I got that one. Yeah, here's the other one. This one's more spectacular. So that was Philippines just a few days ago. And this is the one that happened. When was this one? March 28th. So there was a lot of energy that came into the earth from the sun, and then this earthquake kicked off, right? So now watch the way these energy waves affect the water in a contained area. Now this is a pool, but imagine a bay, right? San Francisco Bay or Lake Tahoe behind me, right? Sloshing that water, sloshing the water, taking out dams, overcoming dams, and then downstream from those dams, like the Mount Shasta Dam, taking out those dams downstream from those are people. And they need to be aware that if there's massive earthquakes and they're downstream, they don't need to wait for emergency services to come knock on the door and tell them to leave. It's not going to happen because they're going to be running for their lives. That's why I want to start to get this information out, so you guys are starting to become aware of the potential of some of these catastrophes that I believe are coming. This is a good one. Now, if you're running down the street next to a high-rise building that has a pool on top and there's an earthquake, probably not a good idea to run down the street like that, right? Because imagine thousands of gallons of water come crashing down on you. You're going to get crushed. You're going to snap. So that's, those are things that can happen. So you're like, how high up are you there in Lake Tahoe? I'm way up, right? And I have very quick access where I can go a lot higher, a lot pretty quick, even if I have to do it on foot. All right, so there is going to be some sloshing. You guys, if you've been following me for a while, I used to share that I have these dreams, visions, that the water in Lake Tahoe, there's like this tsunami type thing that happens in Lake Tahoe. Now, I didn't understand it at the time. Now, after watching this information, I understand the sloshing effect that comes from earthquakes, right? So I thought that it was going to come all the way from the coast. Tsunami, of course, it comes all the way from the coast. So it's going to be like it's going to be like crazy high tsunami. But no, it's not. It's from the water right there, sloshing. And someone told me that they saw Reno getting taken out by a flood. So that would come from that lake right there. So it could overcome the dam. They're actually working on the dam. How about that? So they're actually working on the dam here. And somebody knows something. So they're working on the dam here. And if that sloshing effect happens, it could take that dam out. It's not going to drain all that water, of course, but if they're sloshing, it'll go down that Tahoe River on a massive scale. Like that water you saw coming up from one pool, imagine that on a 10,000 time level, rushing down the gorge towards Reno. So will the people of Reno, like, well, I'm in a high rise, I'm good. But did you see that one high rise that just collapsed into its footprint? Now that was not from a fire, right? That was from an earthquake, right? Never before in history, except for those 3 Twin Towers and Building 7, have any building ever collapsed from fire. That's why firemen run into buildings, high-rise buildings, because they know it's not going to collapse. But we found out on that day, didn't we? Found out on that day. Deep state bubbas. They don't care about us. They don't care about us. Or listen to that Michael Jackson song. He'll tell you. So now it's going to get cold. I've talked about it. I said it's already cold here. We're getting lows in the 30s now. And we're going to get a little bump up to like the low 60s, and then it's going to go freezing from that point on at night, right? Now, the weather, because of this activity that's coming from the sun, is going to cause things to go extreme. So we're probably going to get extreme cold this year, which I predicted last year, right? Before we even got into this year. So here we go. This is snow that's coming. Now we're in October 2nd. So let's see what happens as we move forward. See the little blue and purple stuff that's coming up? That's snow, right? Where I'm at in Lake Tahoe is very, very, very faint. We're going to get a little dusting. But in Idaho, Montana, down into Colorado, and all of Canada, we're going to see a lot of snow. And this is less than a month after we're in the fall, less than a month after summer, right? So I said there was not going to be much of a fall this year. So a lot of you are out there, well, it's pretty hot where I'm at. You don't know what you're talking about. Well, you'll find out. It's okay, right? Some areas will have warm temperatures and then it'll go crazy cold. Then it'll maybe warm back up again. But overall, it's going to be, in some areas where I'm at, I think there's going to be pretty significant snowfall and rain, right? I think we're going to get several rivers, atmospheric rivers that are going to hit this area this year, right? And again, that's because of the sun activity, right? So just a couple more slides, and I want you guys to be aware that they will screw things up. Democrats, a lot of them are run by the CIA, right? So if you look at the Virginia race, yes, there's governors going to be voted for in a very short period of time. So a new poll shows Winsome Earl Sears, the woman you see here, closing in on Abigail Spanberger. Where's she from? She used to work for the CIA, right? And of course, she's right there in Virginia. So she's a CIA girl, and she's a Democrat. How about that? And she's going to Virginia, right? So now we get Spanberger. There are two women, right? I would love to see this woman become governor. I don't know. I think she might be the first black woman to be governor. She's a sharp woman. I hope she gets it, right? One of the reasons why I want to bring this up, because you guys in GOP in Virginia, you got to turn out. And then you guys that are, because this sometimes makes a difference as well, independents. And then there's some Democrats who are just done with the Democrat Party. So so some of the polls, which are manipulated, as we know, from Hillary Clinton. Remember Hillary Clinton? Everybody was laughing. Donald Trump winning. All the press, all the polls. No way he could win, and then he won because they're manipulated. Most of them, right? So this one shows a narrow margin arrives amid a series of stumbles for Spanberger, because she said several events last month. She urged crowds to let your rage fuel you. Definitely a CIA woman, right? So Virginia is for lovers. You heard that motto before? Virginia is for lovers, not rage, said Earl Sears. So that's beautiful, right? So that's what I talk about all the time. Love vibration. So she could be, because right now she's Attorney General. What is she? So the governor basically got in because of all the transgender bullshit that was going on in Virginia. And the parental rage just happened. So another thing that we're seeing is Spanberger is well, we have to look at case by case. That's a show. That should be a show ender for most people, right? So, of course, this lovely woman is saying bullshit, right? So we need more people like this in government, guys, but they're going to fight us. This Spanberger, of course, has probably 10 times the funding. Endorsements and staff behavior have added to Spanberger's challenges. Chesterfield County School Board member Dot Heffron and Earlybacker face calls for resignation from Governor Glenn Youngkin after she praised the idea of assassinating Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk. Now, this is someone that is on her staff to get her elected. You see how bad this is? And there's polls out there that have her with a huge margin, of course, Hillary Clinton-like poll manipulation, trying to let everybody know you don't need to go vote because we got this. It's like Joe sitting in his basement, right? There are so many people that went to Trump rallies. We all know this. We know that Trump won 2020. That's why many of us went to Washington, D.C. to like, hey, you need to do an investigation on this. You need to give this a 10-day investigation. And, you know, they created the riot to stop that out. And in the middle of the night, early in the morning, they came in and they voted JoJo in, right? So this is very bad. This would be very bad during this kind of midterm. It's not even midterm yet. It would be very bad if we start to see some of these people get into office from the Democrat side. They sneak them in, right? I think Philadelphia has some elections that are going on as well. So Virginia, Philly, I think New Jersey as well. They're going to try and sneak in some of these Democrats, guys. You got to get the word out. We got to stop these criminals. These are dangerous people that are possibly going into office. Any Democrat that's in office right now, to me, is dangerous. Dangerous, right? And they're going to try and slip some more dangerous people in there. All right. So that was a long one. Put a lot of information, hit a lot of different areas that, especially like with the sun activity, going to cause some problems going forward. You need to be heads up on that. You need to do your own critical thinking, and you need to educate yourself on this, depending on where you're at. There's not going to be any place that's going to be safe, because if certain areas go down, that's going to affect transportation. It's going to affect food moving around, fuel moving around, right? So everybody's going to be affected. If this hits the United States, which I believe is coming, when, I don't know. Just like Stephen Burns said, can't say just definitively, because when these energies come in, it could come in at different angles. It can come in certain areas and light up an area that's not even, has nothing to do with us, right? So, but over time, we're due. We're overdue, and the deep state's been talking about this for years, because that's part of their plan, to like ramp these energies up that are already ramped up, and get them focused in the area they want. I don't know, maybe even cook off a nuke underwater and just make this thing happen, right? They're like that. So you got to be really heads up, guys. And thanks to you guys for the donations. Appreciate that. And stay in the love vibration. We're going to need it going forward. And because it keeps your consciousness not compromised, right? Your consciousness can't be compromised if you're in the love vibration, guys. Your vibration is too high, right? That's why they want to get you down in that anger and that fear, because then they can control you, manipulate you like a little slave, right? Just like the Democrat Party does to all this followers, right? All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in love vibration, and I will see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So shots fired in Chicago. We're seeing the violence start to escalate quite extensively. Just like we talked about, probably going to see a lot of military go into multiple cities going forward. We're definitely, I believe, going to lose a lot of cities, right? And we've talked about that as well. So we're going to look at this. The military, unless they expand quite massively, start rolling down some of these streets with tanks and armored vehicles and so forth, Marines, we're going to see these cities basically destroyed, right? And another way to look at this is we could just wall these cities off, but I don't think that's going to happen. Maybe some of them, kind of like Escape from New York, where they basically Snake Plissken goes in to rescue a plane. Their plane went down, and there's like like the governor or something of New York that was on the plane. So Snake Plissken, he's got a patch over his eye, and he goes in, he's badass. It's like people are like, Snake. That's what we're going to see in a lot of these cities. We'll see potentially some of these cities basically boxed in, basically no one allowed to leave unless they have certain, like military vehicles. Because even in that movie Escape from New York, they had a hard time getting out of New York. So we'll see. I think it's a crisis. It's tough. We're seeing the same crisis around the world, pretty much, especially in Europe, France right now. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Pretty crazy stuff. And it's tough. It's tough right now for Americans because we think of Americans as we're all one nation, but unfortunately that's not the case anymore. We've had a lot of people that have come in that have taken over. Our country basically is run pretty much as a corporation. That's President Trump, I think, is trying to take that down. But you have every state pretty much to a great extent. You have a federal part of the state based on the Constitution. And then behind the scenes, you have a second state that is basically a corporate state. And a lot of the stuff that's going on right now, they profit from the violence and from the people that are, causing the problems. So the corporate side of the state wants this to continue, but those of us that are part of the federal side want it to stop. So there's this facade for each state that we uphold the Constitution, but that has been thrown out by a lot of states. California, Portland, Washington State, Washington D.C., a lot of cities within a lot of these states that are Democrat run have basically thrown out the Constitution, and they use the goodwill and the good intent of Christians and Americans that love our country, and they're working that against us. All right, so let's go. Let's jump into this. Let's see what's going on out there in Portland. It's getting pretty bad. It's not going to get any better until we see the military roll in there. Of course, the governor and the mayor of Portland both are against federal troops coming in. So there's like a stalemate in a lot of these cities. Same thing in Chicago. Chicago is really going downhill very quickly. There's been shots have been fired in Chicago at ICE agents. ICE agents had to fire back. Somebody got out. They boxed in ICE agents with like 10 different cars, and somebody got out with an assault rifle and started shooting. And so ICE agents had to shoot back. The police ran. They fled from the scene. So we're going to have have military come in, guys. We're seeing, like in Portland, the police there are in cahoots with with Antifa. So again, like I'm saying, there is a corporate side that benefits from this illegal activity, as we know, drug trafficking, the crimes and all that kind of stuff that's going on in these cities. It's benefiting from this. So they're releasing these criminals back into neighborhoods and so forth. And some of these criminals are horrific. Another Democrat-run governorship, and his sister watched in horror and as she was stabbed and then thrown like 12 feet. So the father came in and tried to intervene. He was stabbed and thrown. And this guy is out now after just 4 years. So We have lawlessness and criminality in a lot of these states run by Democrats that is reaching epic proportions. So it's going to increase. We've talked about this. You're going to have to accept that it's coming. Now let's watch a little bit of this. This is Portland, tear gas and arrest Portland ICE facility. This is getting worse and worse and worse. And we'll go into a little bit more of this, but this is right now. So that looks like a lot of fun, right? So we're going to see this happen in a lot of cities. And a lot of people believe that if they're in a rural city, they're going to be safe. Not so much, right? Now we're going to have Juan O'Savin come on tomorrow at some point and talk about some of this. But I think that we're seeing the beginning of the escalation that we talked about for years, that this was coming. I predicted this 5 years ago, and now it's starting to come to fruition. It will escalate as time moves forward. It will get a lot worse, and that's because we've let the Democrats come in and take over. And yeah, Alan looks peaceful to you, right? So that's the way I am. I'm like, I've seen a lot worse. So yeah. So F around and find out. But when you have the police force that are arresting people that are for ICE, that are counter protesting, not being violent, that get attacked, they're getting attacked by Antifa, and the police arrest them. I'm going to show you a video of that. So you can't have that. That's lawlessness. And it's being allowed by the police. The police are fomenting it. So those police in Portland and probably in Chicago where they fled. I can't understand that. They fled the scene when ICE agents came under fire and the crowd pressed in. They fled. So you'll have to have the police force probably replaced in some of these areas. All right. And that's not to say that these guys are bad, that they're completely for the other sides. In the case of Portland, it looks like they are. And maybe in Chicago they are. But in a see, that sun is like crazy over there. So for a great extent, look at that water out there. Isn't that water beautiful? So we're having a nice sunny day. We've had snow and rain, snow in the higher peaks, and rain. So everything's like vibrant. So in the next several days into next week, probably this weekend especially, we may see George Floyd 2.0, like I predicted. I said when George Floyd finally ended, I said that's just training for what's coming. So we're going to see it. All right. We've seen the Antifa and the BLM, which are the brown shirts for the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party are basically the Nazi Party of America, right? So, and they keep, because like Saul Alinsky, their great, guy that basically taught the Democrats, especially Hillary Clinton and a lot of others, how to fight, the good people of America, how to take them down. So we're seeing a lot of that happening now. So it's escalating. It will continue to escalate. And now I've seen, and I'm going to point this out with some of these special agents that raided a building in Chicago. I'm looking at special forces, probably Dev Group, SEAL Team 6, and Delta level guys, right? Going in and doing building clearance, right? So I've talked about this for quite some time, and Juan has talked about this a little bit as well, of how elite special forces groups are active in America. So we saw some of that in Chicago. Now we heard that in Chicago, they were like, "Well, send in the military. We got some badasses here. They're not going to do so well." going to find out, right? And they're already finding out. So it's going to be a war zone in Chicago, guys. I've talked about this for years. Get out of the big cities. They're going to get really, really bad, and it's going to escalate very quickly from here on. Because I said it, once the bullets start to fly, that's when it goes hot, and we're seeing the bullets starting to fly, right? So here we go. It's on, and it's not going to slow down. It's not going to slow down at all. It's going to escalate very quickly, very violently, going into the future. So Portland in a maelstrom right now. Now I want to look at the big picture around the world, because it's not just America that's going to suffer, guys. We're already seeing this in Europe. And in Europe, as you guys know, there's no guns like we have here. And they're very, very, controlled, their police forces and so forth, by the deep state. So in Europe, the people of Europe are really getting hammered right now, and it's going to get a lot worse. All right, so let's look at this. Here's this. This is Turning Point USA, front lines on the ground in Paris, France. Now, I was in Paris, France for my book, The Intuitive Warrior. It was like about 20 years ago now, and it was Paris was absolutely fantastic. I was like, this is what I always thought that Paris was like, and I got to have a really good, great food, of course. French food is my favorite food. I got to see, the Eiffel Tower, all kinds of stuff. The Versailles, you name it, I did it. I was there for 2 weeks talking about my book. They invited me over to talk about The Intuitive Warrior. So it was great. Had a great time. Absolutely phenomenal city. It is a shithole now, and you're going to see it. And what caused that? Illegal immigration. What are they fighting about in all of these big cities? They're fighting for illegal immigration. This is the takeover by the deep state. This is a war.
Hernandez in front of the Eiffel Tower in Paris, France, because I've been covering the illegal immigration crisis in the United States over the last 4 years, but I wanted to come to Europe to...
So she's been in the United States for the last 4 years. I've seen some of her work. She does a really good job. She's up front with it. So she wanted to go to other, like Europe, and find out, what it's like in Europe. Now, I've said this for a while, that Europe is a lot worse, because I've seen it. I've been to Europe. I saw Europe going downhill when I used to travel for the CIA, and I'd go through Europe and so forth. And then, of course, 20 years ago, like I'm talking about, Paris was magnificent, magnifique. And today it is, as you're going to see in this video, it is worse than America.
Check out how the crisis is going over here. Now, a lot of people will take you in front of the Eiffel Tower to highlight the migration crisis, but we actually have been through various parts of Paris, and to be quite honest with you guys, this crisis is a lot worse than I even expected it to be. Now, I was looking at some of the numbers, and you have about 400,000 to 500,000 both legal and illegal migrants coming into France every single year. And as you are walking around various suburbs of Paris, you very much see that. Now, first impressions of Paris. There is graffiti on every single beautiful building as you are driving from both North Paris into the heart of the city. On top of that, the city isn't the cleanest, I'll be quite honest with you guys. It's pretty stinky, lots of trash. You are very...
Now, when my wife and I were in Paris 20 years ago, it was clean. It was beautiful, no graffiti. It was very French, right? I can't believe the French have let this happen, because the French are extremely protective of their culture and heritage. They have, in just 20 years, completely let it go.
Much seeing the results of the migrant crisis on every single street corner. I mean, everywhere we've gone, every single street, you are seeing African migrants. There are also various parts of Paris in which the French people and the French culture is absolutely nowhere to be seen. We are talking entire neighborhoods, entire cultural enclaves in which you are not seeing the French or their culture represented at all. And again, I wanted to come here because we are seeing the exact same thing mirrored in the United States of America.
Yes, in the United States of America, we're seeing the same thing. Cities completely taken over by Muslim, African groups, and so forth. There's no resemblance to some of these cities as being American at all. Right. So the same thing that's happening in Paris, which is far worse, as you can see here, but it is happening in America. And fortunately, it is not accelerating because President Trump has shut the border down. So in Paris, in the rest of Europe, it has not stopped. It's accelerating.
And similar to the United States, the media is absolutely covering up what is going on over here. The government is watering down.
And you see here, Europe's rape epidemic. How can they let this continue? Well, it's because the police force is compromised, like we're starting to see in Portland, like we're starting to see in Chicago, and they have allowed this to go forward. The criminal court systems are compromised, like we've seen in America, and this globalist deep state takeover of Europe has almost succeeded, guys. Europe is almost completely gone.
A lot of those numbers. Now, I've been talking to a lot of local journalists, and similar to the US, they state that, of course, the media is completely watering down what is going on over here, going so far as to change the name of migrants when crimes are committed, so that way there isn't any bad sentiment in the public view towards migrants. You also have
So for all the liberal idiots out there that believe they can take away guns and then there will be no more violence with weapons, they need to see all of the knife attacks that are happening throughout Europe now. Knives being held against people, people being knifed, corruption and destruction of civilization by the deep state all over the world.
Of course, a large uptick in stabbings, and the French men who try to bring light to this are told that they are racist, that they are fascist, for trying to highlight these issues. So
fascist, racist, same narrative they use in the United States. If you don't agree with illegal immigration, you're a fascist, you're a racist. And so it continues. The horrific, crimes on the street, the destruction, cities basically destroyed. No one going downtown anymore. No one walking the streets of America anymore like they used to. Businesses fleeing cities all across America.
And I wanted to come on the street and not only show you the front of the Eiffel Tower, because a lot of people always come to this location. What else is going on throughout Paris? What else is going on throughout France? Because this issue is way more pervasive than anything that I was expecting to see. And it was, to be quite honest with you, pretty shocking. So we're going to be reporting Frontlines TPUSA on the ground in Europe, highlighting the illegal and legal immigration crisis and showing you the impacts to the culture, to the people, and what is really going on here, what's being hidden from the world, and how French culture is being impacted.
All right, so that's in Europe. It's accelerating in the decline. America is in decline. But will it be turned around? In some cities, it won't be, because in some cities, like Juan O'Savin has talked about, it will. Some of the main cities will be strongholds when they try and take over other cities, when they try and take over the rural areas, and they're pushed back. We start to form pretty much, groups. I'll put it that. I don't want to get shut down here, but we'll start to form groups that are armed, right? We know what that means, militia, right? So when that starts, because as you guys can see, in the cities, the police are ineffective and they're running. And they're actually attacking the people that are trying to support ICE and be a counter demonstration to try and stop the extreme violence that's coming from the leftist, right? So yeah, Yvonne, love back to you. You guys in UK, you need it, right? Starmer is trying to take your people down. All right, so you're going to have to figure out a way to push back, and I know the people of United Kingdom have done that throughout your history. So you're reaching another point where that's going to have to happen, unfortunately. So and all throughout Europe. All right, so again, when I went overseas, it was absolutely magnificent, like I talked about. Talking about my book, The Intuitive Warrior. I noticed that my book now is available in audio, right? So CCC Publishing, made which I have my book now in. As you can see, this is the old book, and then CCC Publishing took it over. Now, Amazon plays games with us authors, guys, that basically push out truth. And the way they do this, and the way they did it for my other book and destroyed the other book was, basically they destroyed the company that distributed my book through a lot of this process, is they'll order massive numbers of books. And there's people probably in Amazon that are like, well, we need this. So there's probably good people in Amazon. They're like, all right, well, there's a lot of people that want this book. So let's get it going. Let's order some more. So look at this. There's only one left in stock. There's only one left in stock. Now, are they going to order like 100 or 50, 150 of them, 1,000 of them like they did before, because they were selling them like hotcakes? And then when the book comes in, then they stop, they suppress, because on Amazon, if a book is doing really well, it'll move up like my book did when I first brought it out. It was a #1 bestseller for a long time on Amazon. It was moving like crazy. And then they ordered a whole bunch of books. And then they suppressed on it, because people were telling me, I saw your book come up, and I ordered it. I'm so glad. And then they suppress it. They suppress the information about it. If, instead of it rising to the top so people can see this is like a top seller, they suppress that. And then when no one's buying a book, they ship all of those books back. And then the author has to pay for the shipping cost. And imagine 1,000 books. That's a lot, right? So that destroys authors like myself, and it destroys the book companies that ship those books, right? So this is what they do. They play these games and they take down like my Awakening of a Warrior. There's only 4 left. So are they going to be like, okay, send us 1,000 of them, and then it'll suppress, and then that book won't move. This is the way they work it, guys. So I try to clue up my current, book company and Brad Olson, who I work with. I don't know if it's going to work, guys, because I've had to owe this book company for well over a year. While my book sells, I would be making profit, yet they come in, they did that, and now I have to pay for all that shipping for like well over a year now, with no income coming from the book, right? So it is frustrating. Now, if you do the audio, and if you do like the Kindle version, then I make money. But if you buy the paperback, I'm going to, I want the paperback to be sold. But if you do, and Amazon plays their games again, I get screwed again, right? So this is the thing that they do. Those of us that, share this information. There's multiple ways. Now you look at Obama, who probably no one bought his book, and he made millions. So somebody bought those, put them in a warehouse, and probably burned them eventually because no one bought them. And that's a money laundering scheme. So those guys coming through Amazon and so forth, and somebody comes in, it's like, okay, this is how we pay him for all the bullshit he's done for us, for the deep state. So that's how these guys get multiple millions of dollars, like crazy amounts. You know, yes, there are some people that make money on books, but in the early stages, when my first book came out, my book company owed me tens, almost $100,000. And then they went bankrupt. Yeah, it took all of my money. So it is a horrible game that is being played against people that try and get this money or get this information out and make money to be able to survive, to continue to make more books, to inform people, right? It's a tough game out there. Now, here we go with a woman shot in Chicago. So escalation. This is recent.
Escalating between protesters and ICE agents here. A woman was shot after she allegedly attempted to hit federal officers with her car. Then in Broadview, Illinois, that's about a half hour west of the city.
So whether you're trying to kill somebody with your car or with a bat or with a knife or with a rock or a bottle.
Hi, Kelly. Well, there are more protesters that have started to come here to this Broadview ICE facility. We know there's some more activity. Also, where that woman was shot, you mentioned that. Now, we also know that Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker says that President Trump plans to federalize 100 Illinois National Guard troops to help protect ICE personnel and facilities. We expect this crowd here at the Broadview ICE facility to grow throughout the night. Now, meanwhile,
Grow throughout the night. Now, this is Broadview, Illinois. This is a combat zone now, guys. Same thing in Portland. Why are they allowed to continue? The federal troops should be moving in here pretty soon. We'll see how this plays out. And then once that happens, will it blow up somewhere else? Will it start to explode somewhere else? Yes, it will.
HS is speaking out after a woman was shot by federal law enforcement officers after allegedly.
And you're going to have to see more of them. You're going to see these vehicles moving through the streets, moving to areas where they know that cartel and illegal immigrants and so forth are that are very violent. And they're going to go in with these vehicles, guys. It's a war zone now, and it's going to get more intense.
About ICE activity in the area. One woman saying her son, who is a U.S. citizen.
Now, look at these women. These women think they're doing the right thing. They're brainwashed. They're brainwashed, useful idiots, guys. They're brainwashed, useful idiots. This is an extreme, liberal, often not unfortunately, but it is what it is, lesbian group of women that, really push this. And they're the ones that are openly calling for violence. Now, on the opposite side of this, remember how we had mama bears, all of the stuff that was going on in the schools where they're, trying to push transgenderism, all kinds of crazy stuff, push transgenderism in bathrooms. That's still going on in California. Of course it is, right? I guess there's not enough good mama bears out there in California to make something happen because you have a lot of liberal type women, evidently, that believe that should happen. So I don't know, guys, where, there's part of me was like, just wall them off. Just wall off these cities. And then there's part of me is like, I know there's a lot of good people in those cities. And this is constitutionally unacceptable, what they're doing. This is not the Constitution of America. They have worked around the Constitution of America and formed basically their own corporations in these cities. And they're doing illegal activities. They're supported by illegal activities. And then they have the useful idiots like these people that create, as I've said many times, It's like we have to push through them to get to the real criminals. It's very frustrating.
Was detained earlier today by immigration officials. All of this happening after Secretary Noem's visit to the Broadview ICE facility, where protests have been intense. She did not take questions from the press. Border Patrol Commander at Large Gregory Bovino leading the arrest outside the facility on Friday. DHS says that 13.
All right, so that's where we're moving in that direction really quickly. Like I said, shots fired, ICE agents in Chicago suburb boxed in by cars. Let me share this article so you can kind of follow along a little bit. So I put this up. I did the research on this, and then that video I just showed you popped. So that's the shooting from, they had to shoot that woman that was trying to ram them, right? So it's moving very quickly. Tonight, one of the most beautiful cultures. How long did it take the French to build that culture? Thousands of years, all right? And then I guess a couple decades, the last time I was there, they have destroyed that culture. It doesn't take them long, especially when they have the police and when they have the judicial side on their side. The deep state has infiltrated everywhere, guys. It's going to be tough to push back on this. Pritzker's, all right, so you have a governor that's a deep stater, all right? He's going to push back on these federal officers, and he has been coming into his state and trying to make it right constitutionally, because he's part of a corporate government, deep state government that's taken over a lot of these states. So Pritzker's Chicago Police Department is leaving the shooting scene and refuses to assist us in securing the area. This is from federal ICE agents. There is a growing crowd, and we are deploying special operations to control the scene. This is going to get really bad because you have, I guess, ballless Chicago cops that have been put there on purpose. All right. I saw this in the State Department when Hillary Clinton was in charge. She put ballless, spineless men with guns that they weren't going to use, and they had a lot of problems there for a while. They would beg for us to come help them. Those of us in the area that were CIA agents, right? So that's what we're going to continue to see in these big cities. Spineless, ballless men that are supposed to be protecting us that are not going to do that, right? So that's not everywhere, and that's not all police. I salute the police that do have spines and do have cojones, right? So hopefully, there's more of them than not. But definitely in Chicago and Portland, we got some problems there, guys. And they've been infiltrated for a long time, so it's not surprising to me that they have this issue. Okay, so this is from Tricia McLaughlin. Let me share this one as well so you guys can read along a little bit and see kind of like you can go and do your own research. You can go deeper down these rabbit holes if you want. I always recommend that so that it ingrains in you a little bit and you see how to do the process so that you become your own critical thinker and your own researcher, right? This morning, during routine patrolling in Broadview, in the same area of Chicago that law enforcement were assaulted yesterday, our brave law enforcement officers were rammed by vehicles and boxed in by 10 cars. Agents were unable to move their vehicles and exited the car. One of the drivers who rammed the law enforcement vehicle was armed with a semi-automatic weapon. Law enforcement was forced to deploy their weapons and fire defensive shots. So defensive shots. You know how we just created the War Department, Department of War? You can't be defensive now, guys. I've taught offensive shooting, offensive hand-to-hand. It's a mind state. If you go defensive, which the Democrats want their spineless, ballless men to do, be defensive, they're going to get slaughtered. And you're going to get slaughtered, because once they get through those law enforcement, they're coming for you. All right? So law enforcement was forced to deploy the weapons and fire defensive shots. It shouldn't be defensive. If someone is shooting at them, they should shoot to kill. Because if they don't kill them, they're going to come back again if they get away, or they're going to continue firing. Hello. It's real friggin' simple here. All right. So listen to what she said. The armed woman was named in a CBP intelligence bulletin last week for doxing agents. Doxing means she's basically calling out where they live, putting pictures of the agents and all that stuff, and posting online, hey, to all my gang, let's F those mother effers up. Don't let them take anyone. Prickster's Chicago Police Department is leaving the shooting scene, like I told you earlier, and refuses to assist us in shooting and securing the area. So, so you have leftist women that are shooting, and the police are running for their lives. The Chicago police are running. No wonder Chicago has so many shootings. No wonder. It's pathetic. Military is going to have to go in, guys. We've said for years that military is the only way, and you're seeing why, right? You're seeing why. Protesters arrested outside Broadview ICE facility in Illinois as governor slams Department of Homeland Security Secretary Noam's visit. Now, 18 people were arrested. Be share the screen on this one too. So, Kristi Noam, I guess, was on the roof with her crew, surveying the scene, and she tried to go down and use the bathroom, and they wouldn't let her in to use the restroom. That's how effed up these people are in Chicago, guys. Got some real problems there. So Secretary Kristi Noam was perched on the rooftop of the controversial building, surrounded by armed agents and a camera crew. And she tried, like I said, to go down and use the restroom, and they wouldn't let her. All right. What the heck is going on? Well, we know what's going on in Chicago. It's been taken over. It's not a state of a constitutional state anymore. Although they'll use that and say that if they can use that and lie and cheat and steal and continue to, their corporate side. So the deep state corporate side of Illinois is winning. Is winning right now. How long? How long will this go on? Because we see that there are options. There are definitely options. And some of us saw those more recently. And those options are people that have very strong spines and massive cojones, and they know how to move and they know how to shoot. So watch this.
This may be the most epic video I've seen of law enforcement by the United States government ever.
All right. So remember, they were saying that, send in the military. They're going to find out, because our gangs are much, much badder, right? So you see Tren de Aragua, which is reputably a pretty badass gang. They just found out, right? They just found out. Now we're seeing on another scale we're seeing them pushing back on ICE. Right. So this is probably Special Forces guys, right? Special Forces Bubbas, with maybe FBI, Hostage Rescue Team, HRT, Department of Homeland Defense, and maybe some SWAT guys, good SWAT guys from Chicago, right? So we're probably going to start to see this happening. Well, we'll maybe hear about it. Now, you didn't see a lot there. I can tell you there's a lot of stuff that went on there that you're not going to learn, because that's giving away classified information. They're just going to show you little pieces so you can see these are some bad hombres that are coming to do dirty deeds to dirty people, right? This is totally how we used to roll at SEAL Team 6, right? So we're going to see them become, they've been activated for a long time, guys. I've been saying this. Here's your video proof. You get a little taste of it. They released this so that American public can see we're working for you, all right? But we need your help. We need your help to shut down assholes like Pritzker, Hochul, Newsom, and a lot of these assholes in a lot of these cities, big cities, guys. Even if it's in a red state, you have little blue enclaves which basically run the show for the whole state. It's disgusting. It's got to change.
Look, say what you will about government propaganda videos. Sometimes they're definitely necessary. Now, when it comes to, for example, they have those embedded videos that for the military and stuff like that. I'm not a big fan, because I think that gets a little bit, oftentimes, too much into the operations side. Maybe tells our enemies things they don't need to know. But when it comes to law enforcement, I would argue that video is extraordinarily effective. It was just I think it was a couple of weeks ago, maybe not even that long ago, when I don't remember who it was, some leftist snowflake came out and said, oh, they're not going to be able to do the things they've been doing in other places. When they get to Chicago, there's this gang or that gang, or they're real, these guys are hardcore. And what you just saw, that's hardcore. Okay. There might be.
All right. Nice job from JD Rucker. He's been shut down like I've been shut down. He is out there front lines, revealing great stuff. It's good to see that, some of us are allowed to come out and talk about this stuff. Unbelievably, on my YouTube channel, it's blowing up. It's just have tremendous numbers of people coming in now. I hope it continues, guys. And then we have the backup, which is Rumble. Rumble, heavily suppressed still, unfortunately. But YouTube, I guess, got spanked. And it must be somebody in that organization, which is basically letting some of us reveal. Now, I was able to reveal for a great, I would say, a longer period of time than most people. There was a lot of people were saying, how are you still on YouTube? And I think there were some people still able to allow some of us to stay, right? So I think that has happened again, that some people have gone in and allowing some of us to come in and reveal. Now, the 10 days of darkness would be something where they would come out and they would reveal, yes, we're having to arrest, a lot of these governors and mayors and so forth, because they're part of a larger conspiracy to take down America. They're treasonous and so forth. I don't know if that's going to happen. It is the way it is. We know that. But, are we at the point where that operation can move forward? That remains to be seen. All right. So the 10 days of darkness, some people have come out and talked about it. It says happening this month. I'm a little shy of doing dates. They haven't worked in the past. I don't feel that we're there yet. I think there's more that has to be revealed about the deep state activities. I think there's more that has to happen as far as like them pushing and taking down and letting people see as they push, what's happening, like we're seeing in Chicago, like we're seeing in Portland. These are, popcorn eating events, where people are like, yeah, better get that popcorn, because we've talked about this. It's going to start disappearing from the shelves and just, whatever. I don't eat popcorn, so I don't care. Well, occasionally, but so I'm not eating popcorn right now. I'm on the front lines revealing. So there won't be any popcorn for me. All right, so let's look at Portland. Let's look at Portland now. Portland is pretty big problem. Has been for a long time. It was a problem all the way back in Trump's first administration. It hasn't changed. Like I've said, I was in Portland. God, how long ago was it? 30 years ago, something like 30, maybe a lot longer than that. I don't know, 40 years ago. I think like 40 years ago. Portland was an absolutely incredible, beautiful, most beautiful city in America, right? It had a sign that said, the most beautiful city in America. I remember looking at that and I was like, that's well-deserved. But I saw like homeless people wandering the streets all the way back then. And I was like, why are they allowing that? And we know that it is part of the corporation. Corporation makes money off that. So they allow that to continue. It escalates. It gets worse. It gets worse and worse and worse and worse. And now here we are, 40 plus years in some of these Democrat hellhole cities, and we got to clean this bullshit up. It's not going to be easy, guys. There's well-entrenched groups. And as you guys are seeing, there are brown shirts for these leftists. There's brown shirts for these globalists. And that's the Antifa and Black Lives Matter. And the gangs, from Mexico, and the gangs from Africa, and the gangs from Cuba, and the gangs from all over the friggin' place, all right, that they brought in to continue this process. Now, you're going to get pissed off right here at the Portland police, right? So, of course, Portland has allowed this stuff, like I said, to fester for decades. They don't have, unfortunately, for the most part, maybe there's a few in there, but for the most part, they have bad cops, all right, that have been put in those positions because they don't have spines and they don't have cojones, right? And if they don't have cojones and they don't have that male reproductive organ, what do they have, right? If I had Scott McKay here, he would milk toast, all right? He's very, very famous for having that. He'll say it openly. He said it many times on my show. But let's look at this. This is not very good. It's not a very good look for any city. But Portland, I guess they don't really care because they've been doing it for, like I said, decades. All right, so this guy is a pro. He's freedom. You got freedom there. He's pro-ICE. He's going around pro-ICE and, pro this, pro that, all the stuff that we love. So he's out there, doing that, and he gets arrested by the Portland police. And he was assaulted earlier. So here's the Portland PD. They come out. You're like, okay, they're coming out to like push back on these Antifa thugs, right? They come out to arrest that guy. He was assaulted the day before or the night before, and he became famous because he kicked some ass. He was assaulted by Antifa, and he kicked their ass. And now here he's back with his megaphone because they don't like it, because they want to have the megaphones blaring their bullshit. So he's countering them. So what do the Portland PD do? They come out and target him, arrest him.
The pro-ICE guy.
And remember, in context, this is why the Portland police are being investigated, because it just so happens Katie Davis Court, she was hit in the eye. She's a conservative, and the Portland police did not show up to help her. Nick Sorter, a conservative.
All right. So I talked about this yesterday. Nick Sorter came up afterwards, but this one journalist, transgender type, had like a anti-ICE flag, and at the end of it, it was pointing. This transgender male basically took that spike and hit her in the face with it just under her eye. Could have poked her eye out. What do the police do? Nada.
He was pushed on the ground. He was beat up. He was arrested. And now this man right here, Tommy, and rest assured, Tommy is definitely a conservative. If you go to his social media, he's very conservative. He was arrested. So this is why people are asking questions like, what are these targeted arrests? And the reason why I'm going like this is because that's what they're being called. But also, where have the Portland police been for the longest time? We know since June 22nd, they haven't been making arrests up until a few days ago. And up until a few days ago, the people being arrested were conservatives covering the story.
Of course they do. They arrest Nick Sorter last night. Now they arrest this guy. How pathetic is that? So Portland PD protects Antifa, protects the enemies of our nation, allows these criminal thugs to attack the city. They don't do anything to help ICE. And what do? They come out and arrest guys like Nick Sorter and this guy who's sitting here saying, God bless ICE.
And just so you guys know, that is the position of the Trump administration. So leave your comments down below how you feel about this position. How do you feel the Portland police are handling this situation? As somebody who's been covering this story from the very beginning, watch the raw footage.
All right, so let's go back to Nick Sorter. He has it in here. So this is T-SPLY. I just came across his site. I'm going to subscribe to him right now. He's got some good stuff going on. So he's got over 500,000 subscribers. Awesome. So people are tuning into this, guys. So this is a positive. Now, there is a biblical phrase where those that are ignorant basically are subject to, this type of environment. So we need to bring the knowledge. We need to bring information so that people wake up, understand what's happening in their communities, and start to push back and get rid of these cojones police and start to put real men in there, real women, real mama bears, and let's go to town here. Otherwise, this type of city here in Portland, which has been destroyed for decades now, is coming to all of America.
Okay, so here's the raw footage. Remember, Nick was arrested for what you're about to see. You guys leave your comments down below how you feel about it. This is what sparked this entire investigation. Yeah, and then Nick was arrested for disorderly conduct. And by the way, massive shout out to Ryan who filmed this. We've been working with Ryan for the last 100 days. And by the way, Ryan is on a hit list from Antifa.
So this is Antifa's assault tally list. This is who they have assaulted. All right. So look at all the numbers for that. The one guy that was filming Antifa assaulting Nick. Right. And then there's other truthers that are out there videoing this, and they've assaulted them. Here's their running tally of having assaulted truthers that are coming out there disclosing what's happening on the ground, because the mainstream media is saying there's nothing going on there. The mayor is saying there's no problems there. The governor is saying there's no problems there. Because why? Because they're not a constitutional city. It is a constitutional state and city, but there is an opposite that's running parallel, which is a corporate side, which allows this because they benefit from it. All right. So this is the stuff that's going on. What's your city like? What's your state like? Are you a constitutional state? Or have you been taken over by the deep state? Our government pretty much has been, although Trump is pushing back on it very hard. The city of Washington, D.C. is a corporation, and it's run by Congress, not we the people. It's always supposed to be we the people, and then people that are in positions of political class are there at our convenience, at our discretion. And if they continue to do what we tell them to do through the Constitution, we the people, and I'm not saying Democratic we the people, where you get Antifa like that come in and run the show, because there's more of them and they're more outspoken. So they're running the city. Which do you want? You want a constitutional republic, or do you want a deep state corporation running your city? There is a difference. And we're seeing it, and we're learning it. All right. So let's go in another direction. Deep state as far as Israel. So the deep state put Israel in position. I've talked about this over and over again. Now, Jordan Maxwell has the best insights, and there's other people that are coming out that are going to bring in more information. I'm going to have some of them on my show. But listen to what Jordan Maxwell says. If you've never listened to Jordan Maxwell, you need to sit down one day and go through his videos.
There's so many subjects out there that are far, far bigger than we think they are. And a lot more to them than what we've been told. Now, when you get into theology and religion, that's very difficult, filled with minefields everywhere.
The actual formation of the state of Israel, the fact that there was stuff I'd never seen before because I wasn't looking for it, regarding the Zionist Council.
Now, I've been talking about this for a while, and now you're going to see it in writing, where it was never supposed to be in Palestine, right? They even talked about going to Japan. They talked about going to, of course, Ukraine during the Soviet era. And they talked about going to Africa. And they were almost going to go into those locations. But the Rothschilds and the New World Order, or the Masons, basically came in and said, no, you can just go in and force and take over the peaceful people of Palestine. They won't push back. They're just a bunch of farmers. And that's what they did. They came in with their guns and their tanks, and they took over, as we know, and formed the state of Israel.
That came up with the concept of, and the fact is that they chose various other lands. They were looking at possibly even settling in Alaska, Madagascar, simply to create a Jewish homeland.
The first place the Zionists picked to have their homeland was in Uganda, Africa. And they went in, they didn't say to the Ugandan government, this land is ours. God gave us this land and it's ours. They just said, we'd like to have a place to live. Would you give us part of Uganda? So we'll call it Israel. And the Ugandan government thought about it, and they said, no, we've decided, no, it's not going to work out. Go someplace else. So then they even picked a part of Texas.
Texas. Houston area. Yeah. Houston, bad.
Before they went into Palestine, they picked a place in Texas, and the Texas government said, no, we're not interested in having another state, another country within our country. We're not interested in that. The way we're set up is we're set up as a republic, and we have 48 states here. We don't need to have another country move in. It's not going to work. You know, they have many different places they kept trying to.
Okay, so they couldn't physically come in, but damned if they didn't come in through the political class.
set up a homeland here, there, and everywhere. And then they finally figured it out.
Even Japan, guys. I mean, go back and look at this. This is Lamplighter, Jordan Maxwell on the creation of Israel. Now, this keeps getting taken down, so this may not live here long. Right? So let's go back. Let's look at this. Fuga plan, Japan. They almost went with it. They almost went with it. All right. And like I said, Texas. But they also almost went to, like I said, Ukraine.
There and everywhere. And then they finally figured it out. They went to England and they talked with the Lord Rothschild. And
Oh, Rothschild. You mean that family that basically got super rich when they fooled everybody about Napoleon winning at the Battle of Waterloo? And he didn't, but they sold the bonds, and everybody sold the bonds the Rothschild bought them for pennies on the dollar. And then they owned the UK.
Lord Rothschild said yes. And so he was the Lord. They went to the Lord, and the Lord said, yes, I will give you a place to live. And so the Lord Rothschild said to go to the one place in the world that is the most docile country in the world. Go to Palestine. Those people are just farmers. Go in there and just rape them. Just go in and take everything and tell them God sent you. That, nobody.
Kind of like Portland, right? Portland, so smooth, so docile, such a beautiful place. Very liberal, of course. Every place where it's very liberal, no cojones, no spine. And they have these people come in and take over. And then the fighting men have to come and rescue them. I'm like, just build a friggin' wall. Let them just exterminate themselves.
Is going to argue with that. If the Lord sent you, then that's that. So just go in there and take over the country, pile in with tanks and guns and machine guns, and pile over into their country and tell them the Lord sent you.
The idea here, though, was that the Palestinians had been subjugated.
The Lord sent you, right? So you can't argue because the Lord sent the chosen people, right? This is a big fat lie. It's a big fat lie, and an honest Jew will tell you that.
By the British, the Egyptians, various other peoples had basically ruled over them, and that was just the way of things. They were constantly in this sort of position.
The most important part of this whole story has been missing since day one, and that is...
Wait for it.
Israel is a creation of the Masonic order, British Freemasonry. The Masonic order created Israel, period, and created it for a political reason, so that eventually there will come a day that the Masonic order continues to publicize the idea that the Lord is with the Jewish people, the Jews are the God's chosen people. That's all Masonic folklore, and none of it is based on factual truth. None of it. Today in Israel, there are many professors and teachers, archaeologists, paleontologists, scientists who are writing books saying that there was no ancient Israel ever existed. It's a story that has no basis in fact whatsoever. There was no ancient Israel ever. It never existed. There was no King Solomon and King David and the kings and queens and all of these wonderful names of great prophets and all of these people that we see in the Old Testament, the New Testament. None of it is history. It's all made up by secret societies and fraternal orders in Europe, which seek to establish some sort of a world government based on the idea that it is God's will, and we wouldn't want to fight against the Lord. So we don't want to fight against God and his divine will. So therefore, we all need to shut up and just accept what the British.
All right. I know probably some of you have seen this over time. I remember like folding the 20 and the 50 and the $100, and we saw all of like for the 20, we saw the Twin Towers. You guys remember all this? You don't remember this? Well, it was there, right? I don't know if you can still find them on these bills, but when they're folded in a certain angle, like you see here, you can see the buildings. So they show you what they're going to do, and if you don't protest, then you've given them permission to do it.
Freemasonry has given us. They have given us what we call Israel, Isis, Ra, and El. Israel, the three names of the sun god in the ancient Middle East. Israel is a product of Freemasonry. It is a Masonic creation, and this whole idea of a reestablishment of the Temple of Solomon. Right now, we're hearing a lot of information about, they're going to reestablish the Temple of.
All right, so there's a lot there, guys. I mean, you can go down these rabbit holes. I've been down a lot of them already. Rabbits, the white rabbit, right? Like in the Matrix, follow the white rabbit, right? The Playboy bunny, right? The Easter bunny, all of this stuff that, we have followed for a long time. You start to go down some of these rabbit holes, it's not pretty. It's not pretty. But you have to, because if you don't have the knowledge, then they will take advantage of you and your children and their children. Do you want that? All right. So Tucker Carlson. So Tucker Carlson is hot on this. He's hammering away at this, guys, and they're pushing back on him hard, saying that he's a bad man, all kind of stuff. That's what they do when you go after Israel.
Well, we put up with the attack on the USS Liberty that everyone's so afraid to talk about, clearly targeted on purpose by a country we're supporting, Israel, and it's somehow shameful to say that? Why? Why is it shameful to say that? Who knows why it's shameful to say that, but it shouldn't be. And until we have some self-respect, not anger or hate, but just dignity, it will continue. In June, for example, during the 12-day war, such as it was with Iran, during that short conflict, there are a bunch of Israeli Defense Force officers in the Pentagon that week. And during that week, ask anyone who works at the Pentagon, they enraged American Pentagon staff by just barging into meetings, giving orders, making demands, and nobody did anything about it. How can a foreign military officer barge into military headquarters, even if invited, but barge into a meeting and start demanding, we want this, we want that, you need to get on this? The more you allow that kind of deeply unhealthy behavior, the more you're going to get.
The more you're going to get. If you don't have the knowledge of what's going on. If you don't have the knowledge of what's going on in your city, your county, your state, it will continue and it will get worse and worse and worse. It will turn into Europe. It will turn into Portland. It will turn into Chicago. It will turn into New York, right? So you have to become informed. And I tell you this like that because who knows how long I'm going to be here, right? Because we've seen, I've been attacked many times. I've almost been taken out many times. All right, there's the wifey's going to start to. So you're like, oh, Mike, she's going to do the grilling? Yeah, because I'm doing the work here. I'm going to get in trouble for that. So we're going to. I grill too. I cook too, guys. Come on. I made juice earlier, fresh juice. So, and I'm gonna cut the watermelon. So I do my part. I clean up sometimes. So anyway, Carolyn Levitt confirms White House is looking into Kentucky parole board's release of brutal child killer. Kentucky Democrat governor, right? So you would think that Kentucky is quite a red state. Evidently not so much. All right, here's the gentleman right here. And I say that.
Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on October 2nd, 2025. As we are all aware now, there is a serious crisis going on in Washington, D.C., and I'm hearing from multiple intelligence sources that U.S. President Donald Trump is no longer with us, and this is why we are getting this very bizarre behavior. Here, let me read you a message I got sent by U.S. military intelligence. Trump has been compromised. The deep state is holding something that will bring his presidency to an end, threatening to release it if he does not comply with their demands. And we got the same confirmation of this from MI6. And by the way, MI6 now has a new top as of October 1st, and I've heard that this will lead to a lot of big changes in the Five Eyes. But the gathering of the U.S. 800 admirals and generals in Washington, D.C. for a bizarre rant by both Trump and this reality TV actor pretending to be Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, was kind of the last straw that broke the camel's back for a lot of people. But if you don't think Donald Trump has been compromised, then there's no way you can explain his actions other than outright criminality, because the thing that really got to me is he had dinner with Albert Bourla of Pfizer, and suddenly he offers Pfizer $70 billion taxpayer money to make mRNA, and he promised that he would protect them from any legal repercussions of what they're doing. So, there are more than 20 million people around the world and a very large number of Americans, and he should be in jail for war crimes. Instead, Trump is offering him $70 billion to make more of these poisonous. Think about that. Why would he do something like that? It does not make sense. Now, the other thing, of course, is his continual pandering to Israel. And I'd like you to watch the first 1 minute and 3 seconds of this video, and you'll see what I mean. So, basically, Trump is involved in a genocide for the sake of a real estate development project involving his son-in-law. Again, that's not what a president of the United States is supposed to be doing. This is out-and-out war crimes, and it's not something that should be allowed. Now, the other thing, of course, is that lots of people are noticing that Trump is showing signs of senility and making mistakes, repeating himself. They're trying to censor this, but there's something very, very wrong with him. His speech at the United Nations was an international embarrassment for the United States. So what we have now is Donald Trump is either compromised or has been replaced and is obeying a known criminal and Satanist by the name of Benjamin Netanyahu. In the real world, Netanyahu should be dragged out of his office and hung from the nearest lamppost. And he brags repeatedly about controlling Donald Trump and the U.S. military. That's not what the military is supposed to be about. Now, the other thing that's going on is clearly the United States is bankrupt, and that's why the government is shut down. Not because of some kind of fake fight between the Democrats and the Republicans, who are all part of the same team, as you know. And it's not going to happen, okay? This time I'm hoping they will really shut it down. Now, I'll repeat again because it's very important. We do have an offer of unlimited financing for the United States to rebuild its infrastructure and to completely write off all debt, public and private, as a one-off deal for the American people, and then build a new capital somewhere in the Midwest as a condition for getting rid of the criminal cesspool that Washington, D.C. has degenerated to. It is now the world's pariah state. It's the leading source of terrorism and drug dealing, human trafficking. It is a black hole. It is a stain on the planet Earth, and there's been a collective decision that this has to end. And I'm hearing it will end. And any leader who's opposed to it is definitely not a real leader, but rather a compromised agent. And I want to show you what a citizen journalist did in Romania to the Romanian president, because that's what every any person with a camera, with a phone, can, if they see one of these people in public, turn on your camera and confront them like this person did. Now watch this little clip. See, any of us can do it. We must not let these people wander around in public as if they're lording it over us and there's nothing wrong and we don't know. Because we all know now, or maybe a tiny percentage of people who are either brainwashed beyond hope or a part of the satanic control grid, one or the other. But the rest of us, we definitely do not want these people to stay in power. It's just not right, okay? And the corruption is very, very thorough, and it's right throughout the top. Take a look at this clip now. Here's another one I want to show you. It's just the wife or the ex-wife of Prince Andrew, Sarah Ferguson, offering, to sell access to him. So, what sort of system of government do we have here? Where, we have these unelected so-called royals, trying to get money out of people for whatever, probably to spend on adrenochrome. This is not right, okay? And also, another thing I'd like to point out, this has, come up again, but, the fact is that there still hasn't been any accounting for crimes like 9/11 to justify the mass murder of Iraqi people, and nothing's been done about it. But here you can see U.S. network TV airing once. This clip aired only once after 9/11, but it's saying very clearly a plane did not hit the Pentagon.
Outside the Pentagon, CNN's military affairs correspondent Jamie McIntyre. And Jamie, you got very close to where that plane went down.
That's right, Judy. A while ago, I walked right up to next to the building. Firefighters were still trying to put out the blaze. The fire, by the way, is still burning in some parts of the Pentagon. And I took a look at the huge gaping hole that's in this sideway, but from my close-up inspection, there's no evidence of a plane having crashed anywhere near the Pentagon. The only site is the actual side of the building that's crashed in, and as I said, the only pieces left that you can see are small enough that you could pick up in your hand. There are no large tail sections, wing sections, a fuselage, nothing like that anywhere around.
The reason I'm bringing this up again, it's because we need to hold their feet to the fire over all these things. The government is so corrupt that it's not even a government anymore. It's a bunch of actors working for a bunch of Satanists who are mostly headquartered in Israel and Ukraine or Switzerland these days. Now here's another one that really disturbs me. Did you know that FBI Director Kash Patel's girlfriend is a Mossad agent? So you can see, the United States government has been occupied by a hostile foreign force, and it's time to do something about it. And I am hearing that there is a move among the generals, among the intelligence community, to finally do something about it. They were waiting for October. They're waiting for the new head of MI6, but we have to do it, otherwise. And American people, a lot of you have guns, and you're allowed to use them to defend yourself, which they are. Then you're allowed to defend yourself. This is the law. Here you can watch, by the way, a little interesting thing that happened in Florida. Watch this sheriff talk about how you can now carry guns in the open like cowboys in Florida. And then take a look at this guy doing just that. We need armed citizens at this point because the government is not going to defend you. You're going to have to defend yourselves.
Hello, everyone. Sheriff Grady Judd here. The First District Court of Appeal in the state of Florida has ruled that our law prohibiting open carry is not valid. That's right. So effective September 25th, if you open carry a firearm in Florida in a public place, it's okay.
So, again, a lot is going on under the surface. I'm hearing many things, but we need to push this. And if you're a general or you're an admiral, ask yourself, did you swear to defend the United States, or did you swear to fight for Israel and for real estate developers who use genocide to seize property from innocent people? So, folks, it really is time. We've got to do something about it. This has gone on way too long. We need to end this now. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. It says, I haven't found any proof that Erica Kirk was involved in child trafficking. I believe this to be 100% false information. Here is one reference I found, and there are many more if you look. Quote, where it all began, the roots of Erica Kirk Romania controversy appear to lie in the misuse of documents and other scandals. A blurry clip from a 2001 was widely circulated online as proof. The problem is that Erica's ministries did not exist until 2011. In 2001, she was only 12 years old. Fact checkers stressed that her charities were wrongly linked to earlier scandals involving evangelical groups in Constanta and Tendaria. Why do you think they are now trying to discredit her name?
Well, didn't you notice her making the satanic hand sign at her husband's funeral? Doesn't that tell you something? You know, this lady is definitely not qualified to be some kind of mass leader. I mean, I'll look more into the details, but there's no doubt about it. This lady, through her words and actions, is part of some kind of satanic network. And the Romanian stuff, you know, it was passed on to me. I can double check it, but certainly that's what the information I have at present. And if it changes, I'll change it. If I find something to contradict it, I'll investigate. I'll put out a correction. But there can be no doubt that Erica Kirk is not what she's being put out to be. In any case, you shouldn't even be paying attention to this Kirk psyops anymore. All right, just don't even give these people any airtime. Don't even talk about it anymore. It's so obviously fake and designed to manipulate us into fighting each other that you should just ignore it. So it's an Israeli psyops. Don't pay attention. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Can you please explain what you mean when you refer to the term Khazarian Mafia? What constitutes the Khazarian Mafia?
The original and more accurate term I was using is called Sabbatean Frankist Jews. This is a group that basically they openly say it's up to them to carry out the end times prophecies of the Bible. And I stopped using Sabbatean Frankist Jews because it just didn't click with people. And I started calling them Khazarian Mafia because I don't want Jews who have nothing to do with this to be, you know, smeared with the same brush as these criminals. And that's why the phrase Khazarian Mafia is being used. And these people, they don't worship God or Yahweh, they worship Baal, otherwise known as Molech, Set, or Satan. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The U.S. Was supposed to be bankrupt at least 100 times, yet it still exists and stands. How is this occurring, and where are they finding this money? Also, the Charlie Kirk story, Snake Eye 1988, Nicolas Cage movie, is definitely a psyops, as you reported. No question about it. Now, Carney, he is bankrupting Canada for sure. Affordable housing for $3.2 million per house is a joke. Of course, his company Brookfield is profiting hugely from the suffering of Canadians. What would be his next move? What can we expect from Carney? Digital ID, just like we're now seeing in the UK. More taxes. What are your thoughts?
Carney, we've reached out to Carney repeatedly, tried to make him an offer to have Canada make a friendly takeover of the United States and build a new capital somewhere in the Midwest, and he is ignoring our requests. We've come to the conclusion that he is being blackmailed and compromised and should not be in charge of the country. As far as the U.S. government always being able to kick the can down the road, each time they use some trick or another to get money. Sometimes they steal Japanese pensions. Sometimes they fool the Chinese into handing over more. Sometimes they steal gold from somewhere. But this time we're hoping, and everybody, we got to do our best to make sure it happens, that we really do bankrupt them this time, because the Washington, D.C. regime is a curse on this planet. They're the source of terrorism, war, drug dealing, human trafficking. They need to be shut down, and I've repeatedly asked the Chinese and everybody else, do not finance them. At present, it seems they're being financed by Japan, the UK, and by printing money in a circle. but it won't last. They've been doing it for a long time. We're hoping this time it really does go bankrupt. But the whole world is sick and tired of the rogue regime in Washington, D.C., which does not represent the American people, as the American people have already figured out finally. Doesn't matter if you call them Republican or if you call them Democrat, they all work for the same team. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Question I had today is, how is Trump not compromised? He was Epstein's best friends for years, but however, considering you already mentioned Trump is compromised, I'm going to change it a little bit. You did mention he was compromised today. Do you believe this is in relation to Epstein?
Well, he ran all sorts of beauty contests and brought in young models from Eastern Europe for decades. There's got to be all sorts of skeletons in his closet. I mean, my understanding was that they would help him cover these up if he would go after the deep state, but since he hasn't done that, all he's done is go after a few of his own enemies, but not go after the real source of the problem. I think it's time to lift that protection. The other thing is, right now, he is using these hired goons brought in from the third world as an excuse to send troops into U.S. cities and declare martial law. But this isn't about expelling illegal aliens. This is about turning the United States into a fascist dictatorship. Be aware of this. The real enemies are okay. The illegal immigrants are a problem that was paid for by Soros and those people, and they do need to be shut down. But we also need to go after all these people who pretend to be politicians but are actually actors receiving money from Israel in order to betray the American people. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Is there a follow-up on the outcome, which was with the Russian defense chief traveling to Iraq to establish a possible alliance between Russia and Iraq in reference to your September 19th video?
I have been in touch with Russian intelligence this week, and I've also got reports from French intelligence and U.S. military intelligence that Russia is planning some really, really big move. We are hoping that Egypt and Turkey and Russia will go in and into Israel and arrest Netanyahu and put an end to this horror show. But I'm also hearing they might carry out regime change in Western Europe to remove the Nazis there, like Ursula von der Leyen. Let us see what happens. But I have been told everyone was waiting for October. October is here, and let's make it count this year. Let's try to really finish them off. This has gone on far too long. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So President Trump and the Trump team using the shutdown, which I think is manufactured. Some of these Democrats were basically directed to stay into a vote on the shutdown. And I think that's probably going to continue. I think, they're saving, I think, $400 million a day. And we're probably going to do really well in the long term with taking down the deep state, all right, through this shutdown. So I'm looking at it probably lasting, but who knows, maybe someone with a little common sense in the Democrat Party will, prevail, but I doubt it. I think this is going to be an opportunity for the white hats to basically take down more of the deep state within the federal government. All right, so let's look at a few things. Let's look at we have Caroline Levitt basically speaking. She's talking about some of the issues that are going on and how they can be fixed. I think it's going to be it's fantastic what's going on.
problem. And look, we have $0 coming into the federal government right now because the Democrats shut it down. So what Russ Vought is working diligently on is examining how we can fix this mess to ensure that critical funding continues, that we can get people paid. But the Democrats are making that very difficult. And that's why the president put out a statement this morning saying that we're going to start looking across the board at layoffs and at agencies that we feel do not best serve the American taxpayer.
So there you go. It's Doge on steroids, right? So they're going to use this to shut down these useless bureaucracies that are within the federal government.
May need to be halted or permanently cut.
So on that, I wanted to ask you about that because he mentioned Russ Vought in that. I think that came out about 8 o'clock this morning about cutting certain programs that they deem are not necessary. Is that real or is that a negotiating tactic?
Oh, it's very real. And the Democrats should know that they put the White House and the president in this position. And if they don't want further harm on their constituents back home, then they need to reopen the government. It's very simple.
All right. So Caroline Leavitt was asked earlier in a press conference. President Trump posted an AI that talked about, he posted on his True Social. Can you talk about that? So Caroline Leavitt basically just said, look, that's President Trump's personal account. He can do what he wants on it. And if he feels he wants to put something up and take it down, that's what he did. And then they went on. So that left the pregnant question of what about those med beds? So that was dropped. That was dropped on the American public because we've been talking about that for a long time, haven't we? And now we see President Trump dropping it and taking it back, right? So just like putting it out there, making a little ruckus within the deep state because, well, the lamestream media has said that he's going to use the government shutdowns for firings and punishment. All right. So it's going to deflect from the Democrats. So the Democrats are causing this. So again, the people that are, mentally compromised, right? You know how I like to say that, consciously compromised. They're gonna get their buttons pushed by this. So the Democrats are going to use that, and that's probably part of their plan too, to push on President Trump, make him look like the bad guy. Well, all of us know who the real bad guys are, right? The people that are consciously compromised don't understand because they've been compromised, right? So that's why we need the med beds. So we got more time to uncompromise these useful idiots for the Democrat Party, right? So they're going to keep pushing that lie. So what a government shutdown means, lapse in funding occurs. So as you heard, they're going to have to start shutting down useless government programs, industries, and so forth, so that they can fund the real things that need to be funded, like Social Security, retirements, healthcare for seniors, all those programs that will have to be funded. So the only way to fund them is to find money, which this should have been done so long ago. If you're spending on your credit card and you reach your max and somebody gives you another credit card, what are you going to do? You're going to max that puppy out too, aren't you? And that's what the federal government has been doing for a long time. We have to manage our budgets. The federal government just keeps on spending, prints some more dollars, and keeps on spending, right? That's the Federal Reserve, which is not federal, part of the government, and they have no reserves because President Nixon did away with the reserves, the gold standard, a long time ago, right? So back in 73. So we're going to see a collapse possibly of the Federal Reserve because the Federal Reserve is going to be exposed, it's not shutting down. Oh, that's because it's not part of the federal government, although it has that federal name in front of it. How about that? So exposure, taking down all of these programs that need to go away. So that's what we're seeing. I hope they never reopen the government, the old government, right? Let's just do away with it and create something new and do away with all these useful idiots that are politicians, most of them, right? So, and I say useful idiots because most of them work for the deep state, right? So let's look at this other video. So many of us know that there are programs that will make sure everything keeps moving, because I remember some of this happening during Obama's term when the federal government was shut down for a very long time. There were a lot of programs that continued. So being in the CIA at the time, I got to see a lot of the stuff that works behind the scenes, things that were able to keep going and things that, didn't. That's what we're going to see, as time moves forward. A lot of these programs that are corrupt programs that fund the deep state and does the will of the deep state, they're going to get exposed and they're going to weigh.
What's up, everybody? So government shut down first day. Now they're talking, you're starting to hear, oh, well, this is the way that we can streamline the government and we can really slim it down and blah, 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 blah. That's true. But let's talk about why. So with the government shut down, it's the requirement of the executive, along with the Army and the Marine Corps.
What? The Army and the Marine Corps? Wow. So we're seeing in a lot of these cities that the Army and the Marine Corps need to get more involved, aren't we?
To make sure that the nation still functions. That also means that they can move assets without congressional approval, because Congress is basically out the window.
So again, if the government shut down, the military steps in. Well, actually, the military stepped in when the election was stolen back in 2020. It's not over yet, right? So we're going to continually see these types of programs starting to filter in. And that's the military, because we're under pretty much military rule right now.
Here's what I found. With the government shut down, the U.S. Supreme Court doesn't exist. So it moves to the U.S. Marine Corps Division Main Court, justices or judges, and the Army Judge Advocate Generals, and the Air Force Judge Advocate Generals, depending on what jurisdiction we're talking about.
Oh, wow. You mean that we could actually start to have military tribunals during the shutdown? They have been going on, guys, for the most part. A lot of these people have been already taken care of. A lot of them, probably most of them. A lot of them have been taken to ships that are off the coast, and military tribunals have happened there. Military tribunals have happened in Guantanamo. There's people in Guam, all kinds of different places.
Whether it's space or air or land or sea, commercial, right? Which really, this isn't going to be space or air. Everything's really in maritime or.
So as we saw, obviously, New York is an extremely corrupt place. The air traffic controllers are going to be affected by this government shutdown. So I think it was last night, you had two planes collide, and I think a wing was torn off of one of those planes in New York. I don't know which one it is. It's LaGuardia, which one it is. But, I'm surprised they haven't really started, banging the drum about, that happened because of President Trump's, it's his fault that we have the government locked down, because they want to clean up the government and not let the Democrats steal, continue to run up credit card after credit card after credit card, right?
In federal
So Awaken One's, everybody's saying LaGuardia. Okay, thanks a lot. LaGuardia.
Commercial. So right now, what can happen, like what's probably going to happen, and this is going to sound a little crazy, but this is what I see. The police forces, all law enforcement, is going to get moved to Division Main, Marine Corps, and they're going to be attached to as our law enforcement mechanism, and that will facilitate the re-establishment of the American militia, which starts with the veterans.
Wow. So that's very interesting, because we know that once things really start to kick off, we're seeing the very, very, very early stages of this in Portland, in LA, and other cities, that this is going to get a lot bigger, a lot bigger.